be an honor to welcome you all here this evening for the Cornerstone presentations for part of our social science cohort this year. We've had a tremendous group, and I'm extremely proud of each of them, and I'm proud for them to present their research, their findings to you all. As a polite reminder, make sure that phones and other distracting devices are silenced. There might be some opportunities during presentations. I think there's at least one QR code at one point, but just make sure that your phones are not distracting to our presenters as they go through present their topics. As you can see, the schedule for this location up here, and I will have each group, as they come up, introduce themselves as they get started on their topics. And we can go ahead and bring up our cult leaders, the group about cults now, and let people get settled in. And without further ado, our first group.
People are generally fascinated by the different extremes of humanity, which may explain why the public is so curious about the extremism of cults, and our group is no exception. Over the past few weeks, we've been researching the psychology and history behind these mind-boggling groups, and tonight we'll be giving you some insight into our findings. Hi, I'm Cameron.
I'm Margo. And I'm Zoe, and we're all very happy that you guys are here today. So for our cornerstone, we decided to base our research on two questions. The first being, what personality types are susceptible to joining a cult versus what personality types are better suited to be a leader? And our second question was, how have cults impacted us historically, and how do they tie into modern-day societal contexts? So here's what you guys should expect from us today. First, we're going to be defining what exactly a cult is, along with some typical cult dynamics and cult tactics used by cult leaders. Then we're going to shift to discussing the psychology of both cult recruits and leaders, which will lead us into our discussion of historical examples and case studies. Then we'll finish off on some modern-day implications, along with some relevant examples for our society today. Throughout our presentation, we will be discussing some sensitive topics such as suicide and death, and throughout our presentation, you also may see some disturbing images, so if you feel uncomfortable, please feel free to step outside. So our first question to define was, what even is a cult? And we found one great definition, that is a strong admiration for a particular thought process or set of beliefs that is unaccepted to society at large. Through our research, we also found some common values throughout some cults. The first being separating themselves from society, devotion to one powerful leader, also a forced us versus them mentality, and a lack of outside influence and information, which is controlled by the leader. So you may be wondering, what makes the perfect leader? Well, there's no ideal personality type for cult leadership or cult recruitment, because followers are a victim of circumstance and coercion, and any manipulative cult leader has the ability advantage over the average person. Some specific circumstances that can make a person especially susceptible could include a search for identity, a desire to belong, a goal for a better society and to live in that society, and recently graduated youth and empty nester parents who are looking for a new community to belong to. For this project, we conducted a study, a survey amongst our peers and fellows, asking them how highly they would rank the words obedient and anxious to describe them. Both of these words came out with 3 stars or higher rating, which shows us that, on average, it begs the question, how susceptible are we all to joining a cult?
Moving on to the figureheads of these devoted followings, we'll take a look at cult leaders and the psychological patterns prevalent in their behavior. Jennifer Henderson did her dissertation for her doctorate degree at Washington University on the association between cluster B personality disorders and a cult leader's ability to manipulate their followers. The findings show that people with these personality disorders are more likely to be involved in criminal activity and manipulation. The disorders that this includes are narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and borderline personality disorder. NPD is characterized by a need for attention and an inflated sense of self-importance. ASPD involves a disregard for social norms in the law, often leading people with this disorder to violate the rights of others. And finally, BPD involves impulsivity, a fear of abandonment, and unstable emotions.
According to therapist Rachel Bernstein, there are three main types that define leaders. First of all, we have the narcissist. This is the most common and obvious type. They're very self-obsessed, and they often lack basic human empathy. So we will dive deeper into this in the later slides. Next, we have the martyr. They truly believe that what they are doing is right, even though oftentimes it is not. And they also think that they are helping people achieve greater purpose, when in reality that's not true. Finally, we have the egomaniac. They're charismatic and strong leaders, often preachers, who see their influence and get hooked on the power it provides them, and then use this to inflate their self-worth and confidence.
While certain types of personalities are better suited for cult leadership, so are certain traits, especially the three that make up the dark triad. First, we have psychopathy, which is characterized by a lack of empathy or remorse, manipulative behavior, and shallow affect, where a person's outward display of emotion doesn't match their internal emotional state. This can also be accompanied by just a general reduced range of emotional expression. Next, we have narcissism, as Margot mentioned, which is characterized by an extreme preoccupation with one's own needs and an extreme obsession with oneself. And finally, we have Machiavellianism, which is characterized by a manipulative, cynical view of the people and environment around an individual. And this can be someone who's constantly scheming, someone who has flexible morals that bend in ways of personal benefit, and someone who's very strategic and calculative. So, as another part of our poll, we asked questions framed in ways to test susceptibility to cult leadership. And we found that almost 90% of our respondents believe that people can be easily manipulated. Similarly, 90% of our surveyors either agreed or strongly agreed with the statement, "I'm good at getting what I want." While this data alone is not enough for us to create a concrete conclusion, you can make of it what you want.
To get more in depth about how cults actually form, we research common tactics that leaders often use. First here we have promises. Promises of wealth, prosperity, and promises of the greater solution of the understanding of the meaning of life. Next we have solutions. This tactic is often used with the statement, "This is all you need," separating the member from society. Third here we have hierarchy. This is creating a focus on one idolized leader, and oftentimes can be in a hierarchical structure. And finally we have isolation. This sort of ties back to the solutions mentioned earlier, but it increases vulnerability of the members by cutting off ties to back to reality and back to their old lives.
So you may still be wondering, why would someone feel even remotely compelled to listen to the intense demands of cult leaders? And part of it is circumstance, as we mentioned, but another part is our deep-rooted desire to obey authority, as displayed in the Stanley Milgram experiment. In his study, he sought to test how far people would bend their morals in order to comply with authority, and the results were pretty surprising. In the study, participants were asked by experimenters to administer shocks to a person in another room. 65% of participants continued administering shocks until the end of the experiment, where the voltage was labeled as harmful and they could hear the recipients suffering. Now, while this is heavily debated on an ethical standpoint, the findings show that across cultures, people tend to comply with authority. From this experiment, Milgram learned that normally harmless people become capable of committing cruel acts when a situation pressures them to do so. He also turned to the theory of conformism to explain that people who are either not expertise or not able to make a decision will turn to the group consensus in order to determine their behavior. And cults usually take advantage of this theory of conformism.
So now we're going to move on and begin our discussion of some historical examples of cults. And just by a show of hands, raise your hand if you've heard of drinking the Kool-Aid. So that expression is actually in reference to the Jones Household, more formally known as the People's Temple Agricultural Project, and it was founded by leader Jim Jones in 1978, who aimed to create a community free of persecution and racism within the United States. And he did so by relocating his followers to Guyana, where he created a community living conditions similar to a concentration camp, where he forced his followers to do a lot of work with little food. In the months that followed, he became increasingly controlling of his people and began preaching this idea of revolutionary suicide, which was the idea that all of them needed to collectively commit suicide together so that they could move on together to a better place. And this took place on November 18th when 912 lives were lost to either cyanide punch or gunshot wounds, marking one of the most devastating mass suicides ever on Earth. So you may be wondering, how was Jim Jones able to do all of this? Well, first, he targeted women. As figure 2 shows right here, there was a disproportionate number of women compared to men, and especially women of color. By isolating these vulnerable groups, Jones was able to leverage his proximity over them through various problematic dynamics and sexual relationships. He also took inspiration from a book that you all may be familiar with, George Orwell's 1984, preaching the idea that Big Brother is always watching to gain loyalty. He encouraged his followers to spy on each other and use self-incrimination to gather information on his followers' worst fears and mistakes. And then he would use this information against them and humiliate them, and he would subject them to these fears if they ever disobeyed him. And another way that he was able to manipulate his followers was through food. A typical day consisted of rice for breakfast, rice water soup for lunch, and rice and beans for dinner. As you take a look at the screen, what type of food do you think is missing? Meat, exactly. And this was done very intentionally. Members of the Jonestown cult adhered to bland, high-carb, low-protein diets, and this was more aimed at social control rather than social cohesion, as constantly hungry followers lacked the energy to rebel and question the authority, allowing that cult leadership to retain dominance. Food also allowed Jones to blur the relationship between words and reality through a technique called newspeak, where he wanted his followers to give him daily thanks for the food and water, despite the fact that they were starving and working 6.5 days out of the week.
Another more local current example is the Yellow Deli cult in Hiddenite, North Carolina, which happens to operate a restaurant 30 minutes from my home and also just so happens to serve a pretty delicious sandwich. The members live in a compound behind the restaurant and share essentially everything, leading to a heightened sense of community. Former members have even spoken out about the injustices they face while living on the establishment. So to give a quick rundown, they were established in the 70s and would often recruit at Bob Dylan or Grateful Dead concerts. They are open all hours of the day except for Saturdays and periodic religious holidays. And they base their beliefs on the King James Bible and advertise their ideology through pamphlets in the lobby or when prompted by customers. They really try to emphasize a charming, welcoming environment, and this is evident through the display of gender-neutral bathrooms, overly selfless employees, and a whimsical ambiance.
The third and final cult with research was the Branch Davidian cult, led by David Koresh in the year 1993. He was a preacher and self-proclaimed Lamb of God who could allegedly unlock the 7 secrets from the Book of Revelation. He convinced all of his followers to join him in isolation on Mount Carmel in Waco, Texas, where he began to preach about an upcoming apocalypse and how they must begin to stockpile weaponry. When the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms heard about this, they decided they needed to step in. They went to the cult and attempted to raid the sect, which resulted in a shootout and the death of 10 people. Because of this, a siege began for 51 days and ended tragically when a fire erupted from an unknown source, possibly a gas leak, and led to the death of 76 people, including Koresh himself.
So why do we even form groups that we'll ultimately need to comply with? If we take a look at common societal habits, we'll see that it's deeply ingrained in us to categorize ourselves into groups for a sense of belonging. Take, for instance, celebrity fandoms.
The emergence of devout celebrity followers makes us wonder where the discrepancies between cults and fandoms lie. Although the relationship is mostly one-sided, fans feel a sense of closeness towards their idol and often attempt to model their lives after them. Similar to a cult, fans often portray an us versus them mentality, believing that their celebrity is above the rest. Not to say that if you follow a celebrity or love a celebrity that you're in a cult, but it's important to note the similarities.
Military Auxiliary structures are another example of a group that use cult-like rhetoric to enforce order. For example, a clear distinction is made between authority figures and subordinates, allowing the military to function optimally through increased obedience, just like the Milgram experiment included. In the military, they believe that authority is a right. However, it's important to recognize that the military operates in a chain of command style, opposed to a direct channel to one supreme leader. So, what can we learn from all of this? Well, first of all, we can learn about the consequences of group manipulation and just how easy it is to manipulate a group with the right leader who's charismatic and simple. We can also learn about the development of a cult-like spectrum, meaning how cult-like certain behaviors or groups may be, even if they don't fall into that exact definition of what a cult is. We can learn about the characteristics of susceptible groups and the loss of identity that comes with joining a cult. How cult leaders try to manipulate their followers on purpose to strip them of that individualness in order to have them conform to that more cohesive community. And finally, we can use that information to help inform our future cult prevention techniques, including protecting those groups that are at risk and identifying potentially problematic groups' behaviors before they escalate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. If we do have a little bit of time for a short Q&A, if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free. Do our best.
So, did you actually go to that
A few times, yes. Before I did this project and knew everything that was really behind the scenes, my friends and I would often travel there and get some good food. So.
Going off of the Yellow Deli, is there any specific instances that you've heard about of the treatment that the people receive there, like the people in the cult?
So there are some former members have spoken out about like racism, misogyny, and just sort of like, in some extreme cases, corporal punishment, but there is no like confirmed cases that have come out.
Are there any pieces of research that you conducted that you left out that you wish you had?
We asked a couple more questions, but they didn't yield as much kind of the results that we wanted to prove our point. So that sounds really no. There were some questions that kind of were framed in the wrong way.
Do y'all feel like y'all have ever been in like cult-like groups or organizations?
Are you guys I can't think of an instance, but if I do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I know we're allowed to say that one.
All right, any final questions? All right. Yeah.
How would something like modern day religion compare to cult? How are they different, or how do they be different?
Normally, something that's characteristic to cults is one strict leader who's very charismatic and has complete dominance over all of his followers. I know sometimes that line is kind of getting blurred in today's world between religious groups and cults. You can be a member of both, but I think normally a lot of religious groups are lacking that one central figure who's having complete dominance over all of its members.
Yeah, isolation is another big thing.
Knowing all this information now, do you think that we could?
Funny story. Yeah, so about that.
We should tell them.
Should we? Okay. So basically, at the start of our project, we had this elaborate idea to do this. We were going to create a cult at Governor's School without everyone else knowing about it.
It's going to be a fun elective.
It was going to be through the form of electives, and we were going to have electives sporadically throughout the session. Fortunately, it was not approved for obvious reasons, but yeah, in our dreams.
So I don't think we could.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Starr,
I'm Juliana Carvajal.
and welcome
Welcome to our Cornerstone presentation, Dishonesty and Deception, the Growing Distrust in Our Government and Healthcare Systems. So when we started our research for this project, we were trying to think of quotes that we could put at the beginning of our presentation. So we came up with 3, and I just want you guys to have these quotes in your head while listening to our presentation. So first, by Tom Nichols, we have, "These are dangerous times. Never have so many people had so much access to so much knowledge, and yet have been so resistant to learning anything." And the next by Alberto Cairo, "In a time when society is drowning in tsunamis of misinformation, it is possible to change the world for the better if we repeat the truth often and loud enough." And lastly, by Gary Kasparov, he said, "The point of modern propaganda isn't only to misinform or push an agenda, it is to exhaust your critical thinking to annihilate truth." So, our governing question for our presentation: how has dishonesty and deception caused the growth of distrust among the American people regarding our government and healthcare systems? Now I will pass it off to my partner.
Alright, so I'll be discussing the topics of government. I'll be discussing 3 main topics, which are issues, campaign financing, and inaction after elections. Alright, with the topic of issues, I will discuss about corruption in elections that can occur at any level in any situation. It can occur at work, at school, or any type of environment, even in your neighborhood. Injustices and unfairness of those in power have sparked a widespread of mistrust among citizens. So we have less trust in government than we did before. The minimization of citizen power by gerrymandering and limited representation, economic struggle, and discrimination. Gerrymandering is when the district lines are manipulated due to the benefit of one political party. Gridlock occurs when 2 groups are unable to compromise or agree on a law, which causes stoppage. This type of situation shows us how 2 political parties can't compromise, so why would the 2 citizens of those 2 political parties try to compromise as well? In 2023, the percentage of people who did trust the government was only 19%. The highest peak of the trust in government was in the 1970s. In this chart, it shows the trust and the presidents that were in government during that time. It shows the trust that people had in the judicial branch, legislative branch, and the executive branch, and how it declined over time. Alright, and with campaign financing, in January 21st, 2010, Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, FEC, was a Supreme Court case that removed restrictions on campaigning. So if you were to privately pay for a campaign, you could public pay whatever type of press you would like and whatever would benefit you. So PACs are most commonly used to fund and advertise those type of candidates. They can use those type of advertisements to benefit themselves or make the other candidates look bad. Elections are ways citizens hold out, or corporations using this type of tactic manipulate our view and how we see these type of people in government. This leads citizens to use less of their birthrights of voting due to the fear that their vote will be minimized or less important. In this graph, in this graph, it shows from 2004 to 2012 the type of negative publications that were posted online. It shows a big amount of negative publications. And I'm gonna show you a video. I need you to pay close attention to the date, please, on the video, if you don't mind.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Alright. Okay. Well, the date, did anybody see the date? Can I get a raise? Okay. Okay. That was a big old lie. She actually said this on October 24th, 2024. So it's just showing you, like, we all know what happened during that exact day, and if they want to paint her in a worse light than that happened. Alright, and the next topic and my last topic will be inaction after elections. Candidates use many tactics to get votes. Candidates employ methods such as bribery, promises of a better future, improved environments, and increase in funding. They lure us in and they use pull factors to get our votes. One main Supreme Court case that I want to talk about with the inactions after election is Brown versus the Board of Education. I gathered this information from Amanda Smith from the BA thesis from the Meredith College of 2005. The broken promises of Brown, it led to the legalized segregation. However, legalized segregation and racial discrimination was still prominent in schools. The law took a while to get started due to the lack of care. Broken promises lead to miscommunication and increase of lack of trust that citizens do have. And one last video, I promise.
I will do everything within my power not to touch Social Security. Delete the thread.
And it's not fair to the people that have been paying in for years.
Well, I showed two videos, one left leaning and one right leaning, so I was not like psychology. And I'm passing it off to my partner. Alright, sorry.
Okay, so not only has this epidemic taken over the trust of our government, but it has also taken over the trust in our healthcare systems. So I will be talking about key factors such as the infodemic, physicians lie, social media, and fear-mongering. So distrust in healthcare professionals. So trust in physicians decreased from 71.5% in April 2020 to 40.1% in January 2024. Now, can anyone tell me what happened during those 4 years? Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic. So during the pandemic, we were exposed to considerable amounts of information through a variety of different sources. And through this, we took in contradictory advice from different public health agencies, such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So many people, because of this, have trouble figuring out which sources to believe and trust and how to keep up with the constant changing knowledge and guidance. Another thing to blame for this is modern propaganda. So this uses tactics such as bandwagoning and glittering generalities on social media platforms to scare people and to influence public opinion. Examples of this can range from political speeches to the ads we just showed you from both sides. And the rise of AI in the past couple years has made this harder to identify and distinguish. This rapid and widespread propagation of both accurate and inaccurate information was coined the infodemic, and this term was originally used by David Rothkopf in 2003 during the SARS outbreak. So when physicians lie, so do physicians lie? Yes and no. Most physicians do not lie, but there have been instances where this is not the case. Most physicians only consider their patient and their patient's well-being when making professional decisions. But there have been cases where physicians do lie to their patients or their patient's family for self-preservation, avoiding punishment, or in order to protect the patient. While this not only is unethical and unmoral, it erodes the trust between doctors and patients and patient families. And of course, other disciplinary and even lawsuit action may be taken when this is the case. Okay, health misinformation online. Due to the rise of the internet in the past 25 years, this has, due to the rising numbers of places we are able to go for information, it has made it easier for misinformation to spread. Some of the most common places are social media, online retailers, and Google searches. Has anyone in here ever heard of Dr. Google? Yes, okay, so that's just when people go to Google, search in their symptoms, and the first thing that pops up is what they assume they have. And some of the most common claims are made about vaccines, cancer treatments, diet and nutritional health, mental health, and COVID-19. If you look to the right here on this graph, you'll see this says the percentage of adults in the U.S. who stated they had used select sources for information about health and wellness in the past 3 months of 2021. So this was during the COVID-19 pandemic where people were getting their information. You'll see at the very top at 49%, net online media. This is going to be social media, apps, and anything that you can find online. And then at 30%, you'll see net traditional media. This is going to be radios, newspapers, and TV programs such as Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, things of that sort. And at 21%, you'll see family and friends, and this was due to us during the pandemic being around mostly friends and family. So both accurate and inaccurate information was spread through friends and family. Okay, so when we were researching our topic, a common word kept popping up, and that word was fear-mongering. So fear-mongering is deliberately arousing public fear or alarm about a particular issue. This is not a good thing because it exploits feelings of fear and anxiety so the person can get what they want out of the people that they're trying to exploit. Common things that people use fear-mongering for are vaccines, COVID-19, nutritional and diet health, electoral campaigns, political opponents, and science and technology. Like I said, this is not a good thing because it causes increased anxiety and stress in the public, and it also causes a distorted perception of certain risks, especially about rare diseases that mostly you will not find in the U.S. And then it also, of course, wears away at public trust and expert information. Okay, so where do we go from here and what do we do now? So going viral doesn't make it true. Don't believe or trust everything you see online as anyone and everyone can put anything online. And then so how can we spot misinformation online and in person? Well, first we have to consider the source. Where is this coming from? Is the person talking about it? Are they qualified in the field? And then we also have to look for biases. So is this person right-leaning? Is this person left-leaning? Do they feel a certain way about the topic? You have to take that into consideration. And is this person using words or phrases like toxic, deadly, all-in-one cure? They are most likely using fear-mongering as a tactic, and that is a red flag. You most likely should not trust that source. And then lastly, are they trying to sell you something like a cleanse or a diet plan? That is also a red flag. And then what can we do to help stop the spread of misinformation? Well, this was a hard one, okay? But like I said, we need to recognize biases. We need to fact check with a reliable, non-biased source. And I know that sometimes those can be hard to find, but we found a bunch for our presentation, so it is possible. And if it's harmful to yourself or others, you need to report and block the source. And when in doubt, just don't interact. If you're online, just keep scrolling or just keep going past. And if you're in person, you don't have to interact with the person talking about it.
Alright, For our conclusion, its dishonesty and deception, intentional or not, have significant roles in eroding public trust in both the government and healthcare systems in the United States. Through modern-day propaganda, the spread of misinformation can be intensified by disinformation campaigns, which aims to undermine public health, social conclusions, and trust in institutions.
Now, if you are so moved to, please take out your phone and scan our QR code to fill out a quick Google form so that we can acquire more information and so that we can have a better understanding of how the people around us stand on our topic.
Thank you, presenters, and thank you, audience. Are there any questions from the audience? I see a hand up there.
Yeah, so what are some examples of like misinformation or fear mongering from the pandemic that you guys found?
I think the one that we saw the most was for vaccines. People like on both sides, because we were getting so much new and it's kind of scary information about the vaccine for the COVID-19 disease. People were not wanting to believe or trust that, and so then people were exploiting those feelings of fear and anxiety to scare people into either not getting it.
Topic on the relationship between language and religion.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dharma Sumitran.
My name is Rochelle Espiritu Santo. My name is Aliani Vargas Castillo.
I'm Fiona Meyer. And for our Cornerstone, we explored how language is used in religion and how this shapes meaning, accessibility, and authority. And one of the ways we did that was by looking at this core question.
That would be, how does using everyday language affect the sacredness of religion compared to using a separate sacred language?
But before we jump into these topics, it's important to define and understand a few key terms. Religious language is the ways in which people talk and write about religious topics, specifically God or other deities, and the concepts associated with them. Vernacular is the language spoken by the ordinary people in a particular country or region. Sanctity is the quality or state of being holy, very important, or valuable. Sacred is something connected with God or the gods, or dedicated to a religious purpose and so deserving veneration, in other words, great respect. Secular is things that are not religious or spiritual in nature, and they occur and exist in our present world. Diglossia, which we will touch on later, is when two languages are used for different situations in the same community. Blasphemy is saying or doing something that disrespects or insults something considered sacred, like God or other religious holy things. And a minced oath is a replacement in everyday speech to avoid social or religious consequences for using strong language, which we will also touch on later.
All right, so let's dive right into our first case study, the USA. And as many of you will probably realize or already know, English is a language of Christianity in the US. There is no other separate sacred language, as there would be in Iran, as we will talk about later. However, it is important to realize that this was not always the case. And so to understand how and why English became the language of American Christianity, we need to look at some history. So we're going to start off in the 4th century CE in England, where we see that Latin is the language of Christianity, not English, meaning that everyday people could not understand the Bible or any of the sermons, giving priests incredible control over what was being passed down to the public. This begins to change, however, in the 14th century CE, where we see John Wycliffe and his followers translate the Bible into English for one of the very first times. And this is a radical change, as it allows people for the very first time to actually interact with their faith on their own terms. And this is further strengthened in the 16th century with printing presses such as the Gutenberg press. And this allows for the mass production of Bibles in English, which does two things. One, it makes it accessible, and two, it makes it cheap, meaning that anyone, no matter what their socioeconomic background was, they could access the Bible. And so all of this aligns perfectly with the Protestant Reformation that is happening during this time period. And as many of you know, a famous reformer is Martin Luther. And one of his big beliefs was that religion should be there for the people, meaning that people need to interact with it and interpret religion on their own terms, not with a third party telling them what to believe, and the third party in this case would be a priest or a clergy member. So all of this really culminates in something called the King James Bible in 1611. And this Bible is unique, as it's supposed to be read out loud. So the language that is used is poetic and yet very accessible, really helping to cement English as a language of Christianity, not Latin anymore. And so we see these ideas cross the Atlantic with early Protestant settlers. And by the time of early American colonies, we see that reading the Bible is a core value. In fact, kids are taught to read specifically so they can understand the Bible. And another thing that we learned in our research that is incredibly interesting is that as these religious texts became more common in English, they actually began to influence the English language itself. So for instance, words that came from scripture such as sin or miracle or blessed, they actually start to enter the vernacular, meaning that everyday people are actively thinking and wrestling with religious thoughts and beliefs in their day-to-day lives, which really helps to boil down to what some may say is the basis of American Christianity, a religion in the language of the people.
Speaking of religious language in everyday life, we have a quick question for you guys. Raise your hand if you've used one or more of these phrases in the last week. Cool, so that's most of you guys. Well, we surveyed a larger pool of people here at GSC because we wanted to see how this would apply to their everyday lives. We asked them the same question we just asked you guys. We asked them with what frequency they use those phrases. We asked them if they use any alternatives, which will be important later. And we also asked them why they use those alternatives.
And as you can see, the majority of people here say that they use these words with incredible frequency, which just goes to show how ubiquitous religious language is in our everyday speaking. And another thing, like Rochelle pointed out, that the majority of people are using substitutes. And the two reasons that were highlighted the most in our poll, one was religious reasons, and two was not intending offense to anyone else. Excuse me. And so we'll dive deeper into this very interesting fact later on.
This full integration of religious language and everyday speech truly demonstrates how personal and open this relationship with religion is. People can interpret it and engage with it on their own terms. But it also raises some questions. Does vernacular strengthen religion by making it more accessible, or does it weaken religion by making it too commonplace or ordinary? To further understand these concepts and questions, let's look at a place that takes the opposite approach. Let's look at Iran, where sacred language is deliberately kept separate from everyday speech.
Okay, so first we're going to look at a brief history at the role of Islam and Arabic in Iran. So first in the 7th century, the existing Persian Sasanian Empire in Iran was replaced by the Safavid Empire. Now for the purposes of our presentation, the most important differences between these two was that the Safavids introduced Shia Muslim into the country, while it replaced the original Zoroastrian religion that the Sassanians followed. However, Iran did not adopt Arabic as the common form of Arabic as an everyday language used outside of religious services, and instead saved their original Persian language of Farsi for that. And this means that Iran has a very strong, distinct Persian culture that is very unique, especially when you compare it to the surrounding countries who were also taken over by the Islamic religion, although it was a different brand. Okay, fast forward to 1979, and the monarchy that had typically been ruling Iran for hundreds of years, ever since the Safavids took over, was overthrown during the Iranian Revolution because it had no longer been following the beliefs of the Shia Muslim groups. As a result, a new Islamic republic was established in Iran, and the key difference between this one is that it had a supreme leader who is the head of Shia Muslims in Iran and maintains the rulings of the government, like all the laws, all the judgments, foreign policy, all of that. He makes sure that it follows the beliefs, his interpretation of Shia Muslim in Iran. And so in the present day, we can see the effects of this because now the government has imposed such strict restrictions on the people in the name of religion that they are opposing the government, but by an extent, they are also opposing the religion. And this combined with attempts to un-Arabize their original language of Farsi that we will mention later, we can see that there's really been a drawback from the Shia religion that was established so long ago. Now, before we can fully understand the role of Arabic in Iran, we must also look at the greater role of Arabic in Islam in general. First, we have diglossia. Diglossia is when two or more languages or dialects are present in the same community for very different reasons and are used interchangeably, often having a proper versus improper connotation. This is very present in the Arab world. The Quran was the first recorded version of Arabic, setting much of what the grammar is today, leading to modern Standard Arabic, or MSA, which is both a written and spoken dialect of Arabic that it has very complex grammar and is used across the entirety of the Arab world for formal schooling, government, and religious instruction. Then we have dialect in Arabic,
which is a much simpler version of Arabic that varies from country to country. It is mostly spoken and is better for young children or people who are illiterate. Next, we have other countries. The Islam spread all over the world, including the Middle East and Asia, where Sunni Islam spread to Malaysia and Indonesia, where today they do learn Arabic as a second language in schools. And this is so integrated into their society that they do not see Arabic as a foreign language, but instead something that is part of their culture that they widely accept. And of course, this does come with some different arguments and opinions. At the beginning of the Islamic conquest, Arabic was kept as the primary language of the Quran in order to Arabize all of the Islamic nations, spreading Arabic all over the place. However, today it is kept separate for a very different reason. It is kept separate in order to properly preserve the language and its original meaning, as these are the exact words that Allah spoke to Prophet Muhammad. However, others believe that translating the Quran would allow for more cultural diversity, inclusion, and no longer hold Arabic to such a high regard, allowing for people to interact with religion on their own terms. Now that we understand that, we can look at Iran modern day. Iran has a large blend of languages, with its primary language being Farsi. It derives from Old Persian, as we can see up here, but today uses Arabic script and many Arabic words, like Zakat, Hajj, Mubarak, Quran, and many, many more that are not just related to religion. They do learn Arabic in schools in order to interact with the Quran, but it is not to the point of fluency. It's very general, because in Iran, they do in fact sell Qurans that have Farsi in the margins so they can understand a little bit more of what they're reading. And they primarily use Arabic for prayers and recitation. So along with increased tensions over the blending of Arabic and Farsi that Aliani has mentioned, we have seen a drawback away from Shia beliefs in the common people. So according to the Iranian International Newsroom in 2024, 85% of Iranians have reported moving away from religion in general, which shows the tensions between trying to maintain an original Persian culture while following a foreign religion. So you can see on our pie chart that while Shia Muslim is still the strongest religious affiliation, the majority of respondents in this 2020 poll has reported either not following a religion or following a different one. And what is really interesting to note as well is that the original Persian religion of Zoroastrianism is the fourth largest slice of this pie. While it's still only at about 8%, it shows the attempts to reclaim their original Persian identity. And it also ties into, as we see the diglossia between Arabic and Farsi weakening, we see attempts to un-Arabize the Farsi language are also reflected in the religion, because these two are so connected. So as people try to reclaim their Persian language, they're also reclaiming their Persian religion.
Alright, so now that we've looked at these two case studies in depth, let's really compare them and revert to an original question. How does integrating religious language into everyday speech affect its sanctity and authority? So with the USA case, as we've already seen, everything is in English, which means that scripture is highly accessible to anyone who can read, and religion is everywhere, both in sermons and in everyday speaking. And we can see this push for accessibility become even more pronounced in the 1990s, where churches look to expand their base. And what they do is they start modernizing. So they modernize their language, their music, and their sermons, which in turn leads to something called a mega church to form. And mega churches are essentially large churches that appeal to a broad base of people and are known for their contemporary preaching style. So their sermons look more like concerts or TED Talks than they do the traditional sermons that you and I would typically picture. And while this strategy has attracted many new members, it has also attracted a lot of criticism. People believe it is diluting the doctrine. So as I've mentioned before, once sacred words like sin or hell or even God, they've become so commonplace that people are wondering if they're losing their original weight. And so really, we can boil down everything I just said into this. Religious language is everywhere, and we really have to ask ourselves, are we stripping it of its sacred weight by using it in our day-to-day conversations, in our text messages, and in so many other occasions? And so, we can see the implications of this in something called a minced oath. And a minced oath is essentially an attempt to alleviate the said tensions between religion and language. I will now pass off to Rochelle to explain more about.
A minced oath is a euphemism. It's a less offensive way of saying a taboo phrase or a blasphemous phrase. And as we saw earlier from the Google form, the most popular term was, "Oh my God." This original term was used during prayer or as an exclamation of awe or distress. Then later on, it became used more casually, and it was more common, but this was seen as offensive or inappropriate by certain religious groups. And so came the adoption of alternatives, in other words, minced oaths. Some alternatives are goodness gracious, oh my goodness, oh my gosh, and I'm sure you guys know some more. These alternatives have the same emotional connotation as the original term, but they avoid violating the third commandment, which essentially prohibits the use of God's name in a frivolous or disrespectful manner. And so the emergence of minced oaths shows how religion and everyday society negotiate and deal with the tensions that come with the influence of religious words on everyday life.
By contrast, Iran maintains a clear divide between sacred and secular language, with Arabic being the language of prayer, recitation, and religious instruction, and Farsi being the language of everyday conversation. This, of course, has its own tensions. In adopting Islam, there's an automatic Arab influence that tends to take place, because if you practice Islam, you need to know some sort of Arabic in order to pray. However, being able to keep it kind of separate from their everyday culture, they are able to have this sort of cultural preservation and learn their own language and only use Arabic when necessary. And of course, with the Supreme having full interfaith monopoly over Shia Islam, he is able to implement laws and decide what is printed and how people practice the religion, because people are not able to practice it on their own terms. And we see this, these negative effects with the pie chart that Fiona showed earlier, with people actually moving away from religion. However, many believe that these terms do maintain a sacred weight. With the Quran being unchanged since its beginning, people do not use the sacred language every day as much as they do here in English, as our research shows, because they hold Arabic to such a high respect, because it is the language of Allah and will remain that way. And although this does not have a clear answer about whether or not keeping the languages separate is actually good or bad, it does help provide some sort of insight.
And while both approaches have trade-offs and bring something to the table, there's no definite conclusion. The American approach spreads widely, but it risks losing depth. The Iranian approach preserves sanctity, but it can limit reach. And these tensions that we've discussed today shape how faith communities grow, how believers practice, how language evolves, and how people negotiate the relationship between language and religion. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that great presentation. 5 minutes for questions. If anybody has any for our presenters. Yeah, see your hand up over there.
So, which of the two do you guys prefer out of the two that you talked about?
Ooh, good question. I think there's no right answer to that one. I think both, as you talked about, bring something to the table. I think it really depends on how you've been brought up and what you're used to, because like the Iranian model, I think, can provide a lot of comfort and familiarity with people in that part of the world compared to the US model, where it's vice versa. So I think it really depends on what you're comfortable with and what you value in life. Yes?
Did you find any differences in the language between different Christian denominations?
And that was actually something I considered researching, and that would be something that I would definitely research in the future. We just didn't have the time and the space to put it in, but that's a great question. I think it would really be interesting to see what results. Yeah. Yes.
How did you guys officially choose this topic?
It's kind of a long story. So we were all kind of interested in linguistics at first, and I love languages, but I also realized something. This is like me personally, but I realized I speak Spanish too, and I realized that when I spoke Spanish, a lot of like religious words came up in like everyday like talk with my family, and so I kind of associated like religion and language, and I wanted to see how both of them were linked. And then, so this idea has always just kind of been in my head. I didn't just have it because of the Cornerstone. I've always kind of thought about it. And
yeah. And I think also like for me, like seeing how prevalent social media has gotten and seeing how loosely people are throwing around these like slang words and shorthand phrases, and I think that's really shown just how, like I said, ubiquitous these religious words have become, like really seeing the changes over time and what this could mean for society at large. Yes.
Do you guys look at any other religions and use their language, or like
We looked, well, for us, it was definitely English, and that was the one everyone was speaking here. And then we looked at the most extreme case on the other side, because we saw for America it was English, and that was an extreme case in its own self. And so that's how we chose Iran and Arabic there. But I think it would also be an interesting thing to look at, but how other languages.
I
think another space we could have looked at was in Nigeria and the different tribes and like the different cultures and like variations of their religion and how that shapes their language. That would have been also really, really cool. But there's so many there, and it's such a rich country with those types of things. And so again, I think for time purposes, I think the clearest example was Iran.
I don't know if you like looked at this at all, but how do you think like different languages affect like one religion, like say like Protestant Christianity? How does that like change over like English, Spanish, like French?
That was going to be one of the topics that we researched. We especially wanted to see how people like kind of not weaponize, but use this sort of language to have more reach. So that was one of our research questions, but eventually we kind of just narrowed it down on this topic, but that was something we were looking at.
Is there a lot of backlash from the normalization of these terms in religious communities?
So in our research we found, so this whole presentation is geared towards the younger generation of people in this room, more Gen Z. And I feel like like I talked about like social media and just how comfortable we are with the language, I think we don't face a lot of backlash here, but I think with older generations and older groups, that's definitely something that we are working about.
Something really interesting about that was like kind of my little section about minced oaths and how there are tensions and there is backlash with using so much religious language in everyday life. And so that's when we get like people saying, oh my gosh, instead of oh my god, or like heck instead of hell, darn instead of damn, if those, sorry, I feel like. But that was something we could have also looked a little bit into, but I think we just like focus it in a little bit on this. But there's definitely backlash, and a minced oath is an attempt to alleviate that.
What last questions?
Yeah. Are there any minced oaths in other languages that you know of?
I actually do know one. In Arabic, they do use wallahi or wala to say like kind of on God whenever there's swearing something. And I know this from experience from friends. And I have noticed, and this was taught to me by my Arabic teacher, that instead of saying that, they'll say wallahi with a V in order to kind of alleviate that. But that also has a lot of backlash because it is still very blasphemous.
I'm Eli, this is Jacob, this is Liam, that's Owen, and today we will be talking about the economic effects of U.S. intervention on Iraq. Okay, so first, how did we come to this topic? So we began by trying to research some of the current conflicts going on in the Middle East, and we came across Iraq numerous times, and so we wanted to delve into the sort of historical context of the political instability of Iraq. So this led us to our research question, which is what were the economic effects of U.S. military intervention in Iraq from 1980 to 1991? So we had three guiding questions to our inquiry. First, we wanted to figure out how was Iraq's economy uniquely impacted during this time. Second, we wanted to figure out what was the role that the United States played. And third, we wanted to figure out how regional and global interests were affected.
So let me set the scene. I'm going to provide some brief historical context. So first we're going to go over Saddam Hussein's rise to power, then we're going to talk about the Iranian Revolution, then we're going to dive into the Iran-Iraq War, and then finally the Persian Gulf War. Raise your hand if you know who this man is. Ooh, a lot of you. This is Saddam Hussein. In July of 1979, he became the president of Iraq. He took advantage of Arab nationalist sentiments and used loyalty in the Arab Ba'ath Party of Iraq to create a very oppressive dictatorship centered around himself. From January 1978 to February 1979, the Iranian Revolution takes place, in which a 3,000-year-old monarchical system is overthrown, with initially the goal of creating a democratic free society. However, the movement was hijacked by Islamic fundamentalism, and as we will see, that December, a formal Islamic fundamentalist constitution is adopted in Iran, and this man right here, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, becomes the first supreme leader, in which the foreign policy goal of Iran changes from preserve the revolution within the country to export the revolution throughout the Islamic world. In September of 1980, Saddam Hussein, trying to take advantage of some of the chaos and lack of order that arose due to the Iranian Revolution, invades Iran, beginning what is known as the Iran-Iraq War. His goals were to seize key oil resources in the border region. The United States, in November 1984, restores formerly severed diplomatic relations with Iraq as a way of hurting the Iranian war effort. They begin providing both intelligence and logistics to Saddam Hussein. However, from 1985 to 1986, the Ronald Reagan administration gets caught up in what was known as the Iran-Contra affair, in which they were secretly smuggling weapons to the Iranian regime in order to fight communists in Nicaragua. From 1986 to 1988, the United States ups the ante and provides direct intelligence and direct economic aid to Iraq to fight the war. In March of 1988, however, ties are sort of trickier as Iraq uses chemical weapons against Kurds in Halabja, ultimately straining relations with the US due to it violating the Geneva Convention. In August of 1988, the Iran-Iraq War formally ends with this UN-brokered ceasefire, temporarily ending conflict in the Middle East. 2 years later, Iraq invades Kuwait, beginning what is known as the Persian Gulf War. Their end goal was to nearly double their oil reserve size by seizing key oil reserves in Kuwait. In November of 1990, the United Nations Security Council authorizes force against Iraq if they do not withdraw from Kuwait by January of the following year. This would not come to pass, as in January of 1991, Operation Desert Storm commences, in which US military intervention is inevitable and a coalition is formed. In February of 1991, US and coalition ground forces begin their operation and liberate Kuwait in just 4 days. From 1992 onward, the United States maintains a direct military presence in the Gulf, primarily to oppose Saddam Hussein and his expansionism.
So, after all of this context, you might be left wondering, how exactly did the United States impact Iraq during this time? Well, we claim that United States intervention directly contributed to the destabilization of the Iraq economy.
When using analytics to back up Eli's claim, we'll first look at oil, as oil was central to many of the disputes happening during the period. In the orange graph, you can see Iraq oil production from 1980 to 1991. From 1980 to 1990, Iraq oil production ranged from between 2.5 to 2 million barrels of oil produced every single day. But in 1991, after the US invasion and global sanctions, this number dropped from 2.5 million to 0.3 million in just a year. This happened at the same time that oil prices dropped from $46 a barrel in 1990 to $20 a barrel in 1991. Simultaneously, Iraq was building debt during the decade, as in 1980 they had $0 in debt, but by 1991, during the two conflicts, they had accrued over $100 billion in debt. This led to rapid inflation in 1991, as from 1980 to 1990, 3.1 Iraqi dinar was equal to $1 US. But by 1991, $1 US was equal to somewhere near 10,000 Iraqi dinar. Additionally, Iraq had a growing unemployment problem during the decade. As in 1980, unemployment sat around 15%, but by 1991, this number reached 50%, meaning about half the Iraqis didn't have a job. For reference, during the Great Depression, American unemployment peaked at around 25%. All this comes together to form the numbers in the graph you see there of Iraq GDP. From 1980 to 1989, Iraq GDP was around $50 billion a year. In 1990, following the two conflicts, this increased to $180 billion. But just as quickly, it dropped from $180 billion to under $1 billion, $400 billion in 1991 with the US invasion and the following sanctions. This led to a number of negative socioeconomic effects, but probably none were greater than the rising food insecurity in Iraq at the time. As in 1980, 20% of Iraqis experienced food insecurity, but by 1991, this had grown to 70%, meaning that on any given day, 7 out of 10 people in Iraq didn't have a stable income of food.
So, looking into the US's role in all of this, we could see that the US economic effect was seen greatly in Iraq's GDP, where the GDP was kind of a roller coaster during this time because of factors such as the US making the war very prolonged. It lasted 8 years due to the US funding both sides during the beginning of the war. They initially publicly funded Iraq, but then later they got into funding Iran at the same time, which led to a prolonged war, which was a major indirect effect. And they also started to provide intel to Iraq, such as satellite imagery and such of the sort. And Iraq's borrowing went up tremendously during this time due to their large military spending. So going further into the indirect effects, the war destroyed roughly 50% of Iraq's oil infrastructure, and selling weapons to both sides prolonged the war because the US did not want a clear winner and a clear controller of the Gulf. And eventually the US did break the Iranian arms embargo in the Iran-Contra affair, which Liam touched on earlier. It was from 1985 to 1986, where the Reagan administration, with public support for Iraq, decided that they would secretly sell weapons to Iran to fund their anti-communist, their illegal anti-communist, to get rid of to fund the Contras in Nicaragua, which was put on full display in 1986 when this all came out, and it showed the administration's scandal. Now, going further into their direct impacts during the Gulf War, they had direct military intervention, which was seen in them destroying their power plants, bridges, and mainly their oil infrastructure, which tore apart Iraq's GDP, which was further opposed by the sanctions on Iraq by the UN, which was backed by the US heavily, and they blocked oil exports. They cut off Iraq from an international trade, which plunged Iraq's GDP from 180 billion down to just 408 million.
So, where did this leave Iraq in 1991? Well, so while United States intervention secured strategic interest in the region and contained Iraq's influence on the Middle East, it ultimately came at the price of civilian devastation and long-term destabilization of Iraq. So firstly, with some socioeconomic impacts, as Jacob reported, unemployment rose from 15 to 50% during this time period, and food insecurity rose from 20 to 70%. This was a representation of how the population of Iraq suffered greatly from the economic turmoil in which the nation was left in 1991. Factors such as inflation, lack of jobs, lack of food, and lack of available food furthered this social inequality, along with the destruction of infrastructure from the conflicts, which contributed to heightened social inequality, which ultimately contributed to political instability. So this political instability could be seen in later conflicts after 1991, such as the 2003 invasion of Iraq when the United States invaded Iraq, in proxy conflicts in which Arab and Iranian conflicts over matters of religion occurred in Iraq, and lastly, fueling terror with rising terrorist organizations. So for the first conflict in 2003, the period of the Gulf War essentially set the stage for the 2003 invasion of Iraq by the Americans, because the country's political system had been destabilized by the Gulf War and economic sanctions which were placed on Iraq. So for example, Saddam Hussein, who was the main leader of Iraq during this time period, had been transitioned from what was diplomatic relations with him to now military intervention of the United States military in Iraq. And this was largely due to the political instability of the region which resulted from these conflicts.
So now we're going to look at the impact United States intervention had on proxy conflicts. Now, when looking at this map, you might not see it. However, most of the Arab world, the Arab world and Iran are both majority Islamic regions, but their political orientation is different. Iran is what we would call majority Shia, and most of the Arab world is what we would call majority Sunni. And the proxy conflict heightened by US intervention, such as the Iran-Iraq war, only solidified these divisions, creating very divisive internal divisions within Iraq. And the power vacuum left by Iraq's defeat ultimately fueled sectarian violence between parties such as the Kurds, the Sunnis, the Shias, and other actors. And the regional rivalries formed, such as between Saudi Arabia and Iran, ultimately compounded such violence. Alongside this, the instability within Iraq at the time allowed for exploitation by terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS in the region. It provided a breeding ground for extremism and ultimately anti-Western and anti-American sentiment. Ultimately, the lasting impacts of the war were the destabilization of the economy and political system within Iraq and much of the Persian Gulf states. It also made conflict in the Middle East a norm and a precedent for an entire generation of people around the world. And it has contributed to conflict and violence up until the modern day in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Are there any questions? We have about 5 minutes for some Q&A.
I would like to know your guys' opinions on U.S. And future wars, the U.S. going out and involving itself in foreign affairs. I would like to know your
opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Me personally, I think probably if it's going to cause lives to be lost, we shouldn't intervene in most instances. Multiple opinions.
It's a large moral dilemma of whether or not we should intervene because the U.S. has obviously quite a history in this, but there have been both good and bad decisions, and it really just depends on what your own political ideals are and also what is going on in the region at the time to make those decisions. So it's hard to say.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
What methods did you do to confirm the sources that you used to solidify what you said in this capstone as something that is sound? Did you use cross-referencing, craft test, peer-reviewed sources, etc.?
For the GDP, for all of the sources, but especially the GDP, we cross-reference multiple data tracking centers. Like we use one website called Macro Trends, one called Country Economics, and there was and then there's never one exact answer, but we just made sure to find something that matched up with most of what we found.
And then to add to that, for our text-based citations, we used Meredith's library was a big help, and we made sure to use peer-reviewed sources as well. So.
Any last questions? Yes, back there.
What was something that surprised you during the research process for this cornerstone?
Surprises.
I'd say the humanitarian scale of a lot of the conflicts we were researching. Gulf War, and we did some research on the 2003, there were hundreds of thousands of lives lost. I mean, if you're growing up, you hear about these things, but if you don't really get a true scale, because a lot of times, mainstream narratives hide that from you, because it's a very murky and morally questionable history that us as a country are involved in.
How do you think this research can be used in the near future?
I mean, I think that a lot of what we show here is in some ways a reflection of how American foreign policy is not always the right, some of the decisions of military intervention are not always the right approach. And so when considering further affairs like Carlos was asking about, we can kind of see what worked and what didn't.
I want to know how you specifically say $200 talking about. Specifically the video.
Pronunciation.
Yeah.
I pronounce it
No.
Iraq.
Okay.
But the correct pronunciation is Iraq. And Iraq.
All right, any more questions? Yes.
What did you choose the topic?
A lot of it was due to at the time we were researching this, it was sort of the height of the conflict that had erupted between Israel and Iran. And so we were interested in looking at, in a retrospective way, what had happened, like prior examples of Middle Eastern conflict and ultimately impacting like the modern day and what actually happened. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cornelia Conquo.
And I'm Leah Valetti, and this is Bridging the Divide.
Today, we're going to be talking about the legal histories of disparities in the United States, specifically targeting marginalized communities over the past few decades. Let's take a look.
So our research centered on the question what legal frameworks in the 20th century have led to wealth and education disparities amongst marginalized and privileged communities, and what efforts can we implement to make these inconsistencies better.
Marginalized communities are defined as groups of people with a common identity that are traditionally excluded from popular spheres that the rest of society gets to participate in. These can relate to race, gender, ethnicity, etc., but for this presentation, we're focusing specifically on racial groups. So what is America's modern equity gap? It is commonly defined as a persistent disparity in opportunity, access, and outcome between different marginalized communities, directly related to the uneven distribution of these resources historically.
Our analysis of this definition revolves around the varying access to specific privileges throughout the decades that has led to a variety of quality of lives and also the extent of success in America's capitalistic society. And we looked at the different communities and demographics and what opportunities were offered to these demographics.
So let's talk directly about the gap, which affects millions of Americans today. So if it affects millions of Americans, it indirectly affects all of us. There are numerous factors that play into this inequity, specifically in the different institutions that we have as an American society. This includes healthcare, housing, education, and even the incarceration system. There are all racial disparities in almost all of these systems. The two bullet points are two examples of these disparities. The first one talking directly about Black students and how they make up a minority of students attending K through 12 public schools, but make up a significant amount of school suspensions. The second one is how Hispanic and African Americans traditionally receive 20 to 50% harsher sentences than their white counterparts for the same crime.
So obviously this is a really big topic, so to kind of deconstruct the issue and dive in a little bit deeper, we chose two main institutions to focus on that we encounter in our everyday lives. The first one being educational privileges, and the second one being generational privileges centered around generational wealth. So we looked at some tangible things like updated resources like textbooks and other digital devices, as well as intangible things like access to affordable housing and healthcare.
So for you and I, these things aren't really necessarily considered privileges, but for marginalized communities and their youth, these things were not easily accessible at all. Let's start by talking about educational inequities, which are systematic barriers that prevent youth from accessing quality education, leading to disadvantaged adults. So the education that youth received when they were growing up in these marginalized communities will directly impact the education and the places that they're allowed to work when they're adults, limiting their money flow and that generational wealth they're able to build. Let's look at a few key examples of these educational disparities with 3 examples. First, we're talking about segregation. Who here has heard about segregation, maybe in 2nd or 3rd grade? All right, the majority of us, but not many of us think about how it impacts our daily lives, even now. The landmark case of Plessy versus Ferguson set the precedent for separate but equal, meaning that Black and white students got a completely different education. Next, we can talk about Native American boarding schools, which were instituted by the federal government to solve the Native American, the Indian problem. This forced assimilation of Native Americans ripped indigenous youth from their homes, causing trauma, loss of culture, and other outcomes directly impacting the education they received.
Lastly, we can look at the modern barriers that our education system faces today within local school funding models inside of our districts. In other words, how do schools get their money and what do they do with that money? We're going to touch on school vouchers as well as inequitable access to resources within our schools, depending on the demographic.
So going back to segregation and diving a little bit deeper, the majority of these people, especially African Americans, lived in concentrated neighborhoods because they were not allowed to expand or go to attend school at other places. This concentrated a lot of African Americans into the same schools, which traditionally received lesser quality resources like textbooks and dilapidated buildings. Even today, a lot of African Americans still continue to live and have their children in these same communities, which directly impacts the schools that they're allowed to go to and the education they ultimately receive. Next, the American Indian boarding schools, which had underfunded and unqualified instructors. And how this relates today is that there was a loss of trust and a lot of mistrust towards the federal government. So now a lot of indigenous tribes are skeptical when it comes to trusting their youth with the education that a lot of other Americans receive.
Looping back to what Connie said about segregation, redlining was a widely adopted discriminatory practice in the 20th century, which led to loaners limiting access or denying access to loans based on race or neighborhood, which has inevitably led to segregated neighborhoods that we still see today, which in turn leads to underfunded public schools and unequal educational access. So why this is important is based off of our school funding models. It's based off of property taxes. So within segregated and marginalized communities, those property taxes is what's going to be funding their schools, which in turn creates this perpetual cycle of disenfranchisement. Also, underperforming school students typically have fewer resources to things like college counseling, advanced courses, extracurricular sports, as well as tangible things like digital devices, access to Wi-Fi, and textbooks as well.
So now we can dive into wealth inequities.
We define these as legal frameworks that have empowered privileged communities to perpetuate their privilege, leading to a larger wealth gap. So these aren't necessarily things that are further disenfranchising our marginalized communities like we saw in the education system, but stuff that's pushing the top half even further forward, leading to a larger gap.
Speaking about the top half, did you guys know that the top 10% of wealth owners in America own over 70% of the U.S.'s accumulated wealth? In that 10%, over 85% of that top 10 are white Americans, and they own the majority of the wealth. To the top right of this slide, you can see the wealth breakdown of annual household incomes by racial or ethnic groups. So the purple is Asian Americans, that is blinking currently, and then the yellow is white Americans. Next is red, in the red is Hispanic Americans, then the last Native and Native Americans, and in the green is Black Americans. That wide range directly shows how the wealth gap is increasing, especially over time and in the current day.
So with generational wealth, there are good and bad things. With more money being made, that means more money to be spent into our economy and invested in the public spheres, which then pushes forward a future-forward and innovative mindset that promotes higher education and theoretically lowers crime rates as well.
So everyone's parents have talked about having that future-focused mindset and making goals that align with what you want to do with your life. But with that leads to unequal distribution of wealth, especially as we saw on the last slide, between racial groups and how much money people are able to make and attain and pass down to their children. This can directly undermine democracy, which we've seen over the past decades, where the wealth owners can directly impact policies and new legislation. And conversely, in contrast to what Mia said, this can also increase crime rates, with people who are looking to support their families or support themselves are turning to now less legal ways to make money.
So like we did with our education system, we're going to look at a few pieces of key legislation and discrepancies that has created a perpetual cycle of privilege.
So first, let's look at the Jim Crow era, which is very similar to the segregation that we saw before, but this one now directly talks about an accumulation of factors, which goes into discrimination in public spaces and what jobs people are able to hold. This includes Levittown, which directly excluded African and Black Americans from living in these spaces, and other establishments that disenfranchised or excluded Black Americans from these privileges.
Next, we're going to look at some more modern day examples: inheritance tax loopholes and capital access, Step up in bias, grants, dynasty trusts, and high exemption thresholds are all policies and frameworks that are extremely advantageous for those who've already attained sizable wealth in order to compound and capitalize on that wealth and further perpetuate it. And we're also going to touch on discriminatory lending. Inherited wealth and financial literacy is obviously great, but not everyone has access to that. Early exposure to financial systems and access to financial education is a privilege, but like we said, it's not everyone gets equal access to that. And on the flip side, financial pressures, historical injustice, and focus on immediate needs are things that we typically see more common in our marginalized communities.
So let's dive straight into the Jim Crow era, which directly impacted obviously Black and African Americans. This confined them to specific fields, specifically sharecropping, which was not very versatile and had a lot of restrictions on the money that they were allowed to make, while a lot of other Americans were allowed to explore several different fields which made more money. Now, like I said in the previous slide, there were Levittown that directly excluded African Americans from living there. So these Levittowns obviously have been outlawed now, but even today, and a study as late as 2001, 94% of these Levittowns still have a majority white American living there, with about 250 Black residents.
Going back to the tax subsidies and loopholes, step up in bias is basically when you're inheriting an asset, you're inheriting it at market value instead of the value at which it was originally attained by the gifter. GRATs, or grant to retain annuity trusts, high exemption thresholds, and dynasty trusts are all ways to attain low levels of taxes on sizable gifts and inheritance. So a statistic that stood out to me was 25% of Black households have zero or negative wealth, or in other words, debt that they go on to pass down to their families, compared to 8.3% of white households passing down this debt. So these policies are all incredibly helpful to those who already have wealth so that they can then compound and capitalize on that wealth to grow it perpetually as the generations go on. But that's not something that everyone has access to. Discriminatory lending is basically when loaners block wealth creation at the source for those that they're discriminating against. Inherited wealth and financial literacy with inherited wealth comes inherited privileges for one, financial literacy. Exclusions from banking institutions, investment opportunities, and credit building tools have typically been seen amongst marginalized communities, and inside marginalized communities, they typically have less spare wealth to spend on financial and legal advisory to be in the know about these sorts of policies and loopholes to kind of build on the wealth that they do have. And without any inherited assets, marginalized communities typically are forced to face these financial struggles on their own without any help to navigate them.
So here are some other key events that are less well known, but still directly impact the generational wealth gap.
Right, in 1837, we see African Americans being barred from higher education. This was done by using state laws and intimidation tactics, and was fueled by a general disliking for integration. In 1935, with Social Security, we see exclusions being written in against Black and brown Americans to bar them from gaining economic independence and security. 1940, the termination era, also known as termination and relocation, aimed to assimilate Native Americans in the mainstream U.S. society, and led to a loss of land and federal benefits for those tribes, leading to a loss of culture as well. 1971, the war on drugs introduced disparities within sentencing and also introduced long-standing effects that come with temporary incarceration. And then most recently, we added the 2025 ICE raise just because we've seen a large spike in Hispanic absenteeism in both the educational and professional spaces.
So what can we do as a new generation to lessen this wealth gap and directly impact future generations who are trying to close this gap altogether? Let's look at a few ameliorations. So the first two are directly related to education. First of all, financial literacy. One thing that is often excluded from the curriculums of their youth today, but is so fundamental in their growth. It can help kids like you and I, learn how to better manage our money and be more responsible with the wealth that we are growing up to create. Next, we have access equity policies. These seek to diversify the educational and workspace spheres, which allow more Black and brown Americans to gain opportunities and experience in these fields and build that generational wealth for themselves and their children.
Going hand in hand with the access equity policies, we also have universal acceptance programs, which aims to make sure that professional and educational spaces actually reflect the larger community
and also cultivate an environment in which all backgrounds can succeed and invite collaboration amongst all perspectives to create a more diverse, productive, and collaborative environment. Equitable capital and housing access through structural policy-based financial reforms, we can allow people of color and other minorities to create their own wealth that they can then go back and use those policies that we looked at earlier to grow their wealth and protect it generationally.
So how can we shape our own future? These reparations serve as fixes to the marginalized communities that have been historically hurt over decades of discrimination.
There are nationwide benefits of closing this gap. So GDP growth, or overall just boosting our economy. Obviously, if we're going to bring up the bottom half, we're going to be making a lot more money as a nation. And also, if we're bringing up those incomes, we're also introducing greater tax revenue, which goes back to how we fund our schools. Like I said, they were based on property taxes, so that money is also going back into our schools and leading to better education for our students. And also reduce social spending on things like Medicaid, SNAP, which is food vouchers, or housing vouchers as well.
These are not just moral reparations, these are strategic solutions.
In closing the gap, we're working to create a stronger economy, a more competitive workforce, as well as a healthier democracy.
Thank you.
With a specific concentration as to why individuals glorify and villainize parties in historical conflicts. So our presentation is organized in a atypical fashion. So we're going to look at two major conflicts throughout history, both foreign and domestic, and evaluate both sides of history, not just one perspective or one narrative. We're going to look at both and ultimately answer a central question, which is, as I mentioned before, why individuals glorify and villainize parties in historical conflicts. So now I'm going to hand it off to my colleague to start us off with Persian Gulf War.
Starting off with the Persian Gulf War. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait. With that, the Bush administration decided that war was the only way to solve this conflict, which eventually initiated the Persian Gulf War. Looking at it from the U.S. perspective, on August 4th, 1989, Christopher Grau from the BNL was discovered to make illegal loans to Iraq, which then also, as the investigations continued, it was discovered that Iraq was potentially violating U.S. laws in regards to using the Commodity Credit Corporation. As you can see in this quote over here, George H.W. Bush stated that the U.S.'s main priority was to stabilize the national economic state while still remaining to have a relationship with Iraq. Additionally, the U.S. was in close for selling weapons to Iran while still selling weapons to Iraq during the Iranian-Arab War, which kind of made it difficult to restore the Iranian-U.S. relationship. Additionally, the U.S. was facing several threats to the oil flow in regards to the Gulf War. Looking at it from Iraq's point of view, Iraq ended up in several deaths after the Iranian-Iraq War. Additionally, Saddam Hussein, president of Iraq, argued against Kuwait and United Arab Emirates to cancel off their debt. They both rejected the idea, and with that, Iraq decided to threaten Kuwait. Additionally, Iraq accuses the U.S. and Israel of slowly weakening the government by encouraging Kuwait to decrease the oil prices. Also, President H.W. Bush adopted a policy towards Iraq in order to moderate the Iraqi policies, and the Bush administration tried to maintain economical and political relationships with Iraq. To summarize this point, Kuwait was primarily invaded by Iraq for a couple of reasons. First off, the Iraqi president Saddam Hussein pretty much cared about his own self-interest and wanted to keep power while still invading Kuwait, and he wanted Kuwait for a very long time. Additionally, he was afraid, as you can see in this quote, he was also very afraid that the U.S. was plotting against Iraq the whole time, and he pretty much thought that he could get away with it. If you could look at the screen and follow the timeline. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait. On August 4th, Colonel Al-Hussein is declaring it a state of Kuwait. On August 8th, the Iraqis installed a provisional free government in Kuwait. On August 10th, foreign diplomats were given a 2-week deadline to leave Kuwait and go to Baghdad. On August 28th, Saddam declared Kuwait as the 19th province of Iraq. After Kuwait was invaded by Iraq, the U.S., Britain, and the Soviet Union government immediately declared the invasion as disapproved. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council called for Iraq to withdraw from Kuwait. On August 8th, Operation Desert Shield took place. On November 29th, the United Nations Security Council declared to use all necessary means in order to stop Iraq from invading Kuwait. On January 17, 1991, Operation Desert Storm took place. On February 24th, Operation Desert Storm took place. And on February 27th, the elite Iraqi Republican Guard was defeated by the U.S. forces. On February 28th, George H.W. Bush called for a ceasefire, which eventually ended the Persian Gulf War. It is estimated that 8,000 to 10,000 Iraqi forces were killed, compared to 300 coalition troops. Additionally, Iraq accepted Kuwait's sovereignty and pretty much declared to get rid of all its mass weapons. Additionally, Saddam Hussein was allowed to remain in power up until the 2003 Iraq War. With that, the American military regained its confidence back right after the Vietnam War. As you can see in this quote, President George H.W. Bush tried to portray the United States as this good country that was trying to save this weak country, also known as Kuwait, from against the evil forces, that being Iraq. As you can see in this video, the CNN effect was pretty much the CNN having the power to transfer public information to the media and also covering the war from a predominantly U.S. perspective, which indirectly opposed Iraq's point of view. So, to summarize this, they pretty much had influence over what the U.S. citizens saw from the war's perspective, and it was all based on what they broadcasted, as I said before. I should look for this video. Previously in the Vietnam War, as some of you might have heard before, the Vietnam War was very open to the public in the sense that they were very free and they had the freedom to look very different things throughout the war, which is very different from this war because they censored a lot of information, which pretty much limited the citizens' information and opportunity to look at things. So, from the research that I made, I concluded that the U.S. responses and portrayal and Iraq's responses and portrayal pretty much did escalate the problem as the U.S. tried to create safeguards around Saddam's power while the Iraq's leader, Saddam, pretty much tried to keep all power for himself.
So now we're going to do like a quick little engagement survey. You can just raise your hand if you agree with this. But how many of you have heard or read about any conflicts going on between Palestine and Israel? And so how many of you have either consciously or subconsciously formed an opinion based off the sources that you've read about? And so the last question is, who has evaluated the tensions dating back to like centuries ago and formulated an opinion based off of the historical context on the... Not a lot of you. Okay, so well, you're in luck because we're going to be covering the kind of the tensions and the historical context behind Palestine and Israel and why individuals glorify and kind of villainize each other in this conflict. So in particular, we're going to be looking at early 1916 all the way to 1947 with the UN partition plan. So to start off, we're going to be looking at World War I reaches its peak. So the Ottoman Empire is kind of declining at this point, and the great powers are kind of taking note of this, and this is where the Eastern question arises. Because the Ottoman Empire has kind of consolidated this great vast territory, they don't know what they're going to do with it when it kind of falls. So this gives rise to two agreements. So the Sykes-Picot Agreement is kind of Great Britain and France's kind of question of the Eastern question to who's going to take control over the Arab territories. And so this was a secret agreement between Great Britain and France during 1917 that had a predominant goal of kind of giving the Arab territories an ability to become fully independent states, while also maintaining their interests and exerting their dominance and their control over the territories. And so the next agreement that we're going to speak about is the Balfour Declaration. So this was developed on November 2nd, 1917, between the British government. So we can look at Arthur Balfour, which was one of the predominant figures that wrote this, and Lyon Rothschild. So the first name that's listed on there is a British Foreign Secretary, and so he kind of writes to this parliamentary member, which is Lyon Rothschild, that Great Britain has an expressed interest in declaring a Jewish national homeland in Palestine. And so, as I mentioned previously, Palestine is already an occupied territory, and the first agreement that is developed, that was a secret agreement, as I mentioned previously, but it kind of plays a big role later on into the perspectives. And so, Palestine's perspective. So the first agreement I talked about, it was formulated prior to the conclusion of World War I. So this was prior to Great Britain kind of winning that influence over the Arab territories. And so a great key role to kind of their winning of World War I was attributed to the Arab warriors. Now the Arab warriors had a national interest in the land and kind of saw that the predominantly goal for them that Great Britain and France could promise to them was the expansion and the governance of their own territories, so kind of that ability to become an independent state. And so here's the thing, with the Sykes-Picot Agreement, it was a secret court, as I've mentioned previously, and so when they found out about it, they didn't have any representation or say in so, and so they were kind of angered because the Great Britain and France had kind of left them out of that conversation. And so in order to counteract that, Great Britain and France issued a series of promises that kind of reinforced this ideal that Palestine would be a free and independent territory. And so in Israel's perspective, they kind of viewed this as kind of a security and recognition from foreign powers about their national identity as Jewish individuals after facing vast persecution in Eastern Europe. And so this kind of set the foundation for future mass Jewish immigration into the Palestinian Arab territories, as well as a place for relocation after the end of World War II. So the next event we're going to cover is the UN Partition Plan. And so this was developed in November 29, 1947. So like I mentioned, Great Britain and France kind of had this ideal on how they wanted to kind of govern these territories. And so essentially, after 1945, which was the end of World War II, we had this mass Jewish immigration coming into the Arab territories. And so the Arabs didn't really essentially like this idea because they were expanding on their territories and kind of infringing on that. And so Great Britain hands this problem over to the UN, which is basically 2 years old at this point. And so they send a UN-appointed committee of representatives from various countries to kind of examine this problem firsthand in Palestine. And so from this, the essential goal, or the outcome that was formulated, was that this Middle East territory was divided between Palestine, Israel, and Jerusalem being this like interconnected link between the two. And so these were kind of the narratives and perspectives that were formulated from this. So in Palestine's perspective, they viewed this as a lack of recognition and a violation of the previous UN charter formulated that would promise their independence. So they viewed that another group was gaining this kind of recognition for their identity prior to them after a series of promises that were issued to them first. And so in Israel's perspective, they kind of saw this as safety, security, and recognition for their national identity after being heavily persecuted in the mass genocide that occurred in World War II. Obviously, they were very cautious about this plan just because they've heard about the Arabs' kind of ideals and personalities that surrounded them and their ability to kind of immigrate towards their kind of territorial issue. And so the last event that we're going to cover is Israel gains independence. Now, this particular event sets the foundation for a lot of the conflicts that we're seeing today. So on May 14, 1948, David Ben-Gurion, who was the head of the Jewish Agency at the time, announced Israel's state of kind of being at the Tel Aviv Museum, and the U.S. actually gave recognition of Israel's statehood on that same very day, which is a very odd occurrence for it to happen, especially in global affairs and global kind of conflicts. And so the outcome of this was that it incited a series of Arab and Israeli wars. This was like the first one that ever occurred, and so the fighting continued until 1949, when the UN kind of stepped in once again. And so in Israel's perspective, they kind of view this day, or like the national independence that they got from this, as a day to be kind of celebrated. And so they particularly call this day Yom HaOtzma. And so this is a day where individuals are taught to sympathize and honor the Israeli soldiers who kind of fought for their independence in a way. And so they commemorate the 6,000 young men and women, totaling the 1% of the Jewish population, who fell in battle. However, on the flip side, Palestine views this as the Nakba, which directly translates to the Great Catastrophe. Palestinians do not view this as Israel's independence, but rather a direct oppression on their people and their kind of government. And so what resulted from this, from Israel gaining independence, was a mass displacement and disposition of the Palestinian people, as well as a loss of national identity and aspirations to reach their ability to be independent and kind of govern themselves. And so this quote kind of encapsulates the true mentality of the Israeli people at this time, or the Palestinian people at this time. And so ultimately, the answer to our essential question that we kind of talked about in the beginning is the reason why Palestinians view Israelis as like the villain in the story, or why Israelis view Palestinians as the villain in that story, is because of historical trauma and generational influences. So historical trauma has been narrated as complex trauma that is directly affiliated with identity, affiliation, or circumstances that affect a group of people over a period of time. Strombohm is a psychoanalyst who specializes in historical conflicts, and she narrates that national identities are built on a we versus they perspective, as you can kind of see in the quote. So Palestine and Israel didn't have the ability to kind of develop a healthy relationship for their national identity, so they kind of associate themselves with a very narrative that is very centered on the other's oppression on their people. And so we can kind of see this group be kind of, this idea be carried on to governmental influences. So because the Sykes-Picot Agreement and the UN Partition Plan kind of roughly estimated the vast population of individuals within that set territory, so when they kind of divided the territories, it was who's going to be the major governing power in that area. So is it going to be the majority of the population going to be Israeli? Is it going to be Palestinian? And so from there, when political powers rose, they directly appealed to one party instead of both. So when they would do that, they would directly infringe on either Palestinians' rights or Israelis' rights. And so we can also see this through tourism and publicity. So tourism specifically in Israel focuses on kind of this nurturing perspective on the religious connections to the land. So they kind of view that because 2,000 years ago, in their religious aspect, that land, Palestine, was promised to them. Any Arab kind of interest in kind of conflicting with that ideal, they have the right to counter. And Palestine focuses more on the historical context of it, which is kind of because we were under the Ottoman Empire and occupied that land first, we have the right to defend it against anyone who tries to infringe on it. We can also see it through media censorship and Palestine's media censorship. So in Israel, they have to go through kind of a process to kind of get information out on the conflict going on currently. And so overall, how this overarches into both narratives. So we can see that the Arab and Israeli war, as well as Iraq and the US, they're very different conflicts, but the underlying theme between the two is governmental influence and how people view this because of that governmental influence. So, so this quote kind of encapsulates the truth behind these two conflicts and throughout the world. So the truth and politics are rather on bad terms. And so a short synopsis of that is that when truth and politics are involved, truth is often not the winning factor. So we urge you as the audience to kind of consider this one final question. Are you going to allow the government to kind of shape your perspective on and have this direct power over how you view other groups and how you view conflicts, or are you going to seek truth out yourself? Thank you.
I'd like to start off by saying, picture this. It's 1985, and 2 fast food restaurant managers in Birmingham have been murdered. The police have no leads, no witnesses, and no fingerprints. Pressure builds to solve the case. Then another robbery happens in a nearby town. The manager survives and points to a photo. That's all it takes, and you're arrested. You know you didn't do it, because you were at work 15 miles away in a locked warehouse. But no one listens. The police take your mother's old gun that the state claims, without real proof, was used in all 3 crimes. That's their only evidence. The prosecutor says he can look at you and just tell you're guilty. Why? Because you're black. He even calls you evil in front of the court. You're given a lawyer who doesn't understand your case. He hires an expert who is blind in one eye and has no field training in firearms. He can't even use the equipment. That's your defense. You're sentenced to death and you sit on death row for nearly 30 years, but you never stop saying you're innocent. You hold on, and finally, decades later, experts come in, one from the FBI, and they prove the state that you're wrong. The bullets don't match your mother's gun, and they never did. The US Supreme Court steps in, and you're free. But the last 30 years of your life are stolen, all because of a system that saw your skin color, not your truth. That is the story of Anthony Ray Hinton. My name is Jada Melwar.
And my name is Addison Tanar.
And this is Guilty Until Proven Innocent. So our first thing is, what is our research question? It is, how has racism made an impact on the criminal justice system, and do we have a system that allows for a fair and equal trial?
All right, before we begin, we're going to cover what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the historical context, the policing system, some disparities within the trial system, what happens during incarceration, and some solutions. So before we begin, we need to give some historical context. And this all dates right back to the Black Codes. These are restrictive laws in southern states that happened after the Civil War. Of course, y'all may know the repercussions of slavery and the detrimental effects it had to our community. But also, it also ended with the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment basically and obviously ended slavery, but there was one loophole, except as punishment for crime. This allowed for forced labor as punishment, which provided a legal pathway for exploiting labor after the Civil War. As a result, the Black Codes were put in place. This criminalized Black people for living just about their everyday lives, whether they were loitering or they were even unemployed or even homeless. They were criminalized for just being themselves. Now, it was very difficult for them to own property, testify in court, or even vote. And they didn't have the power to get an education or properly put themselves in economic disposition, which obviously creates a system of poverty. And then with this, it enforces Jim Crow laws, which were segregation and things like that. And through that, it maintained social control, and law enforcement often participated but did not assist with it. So, of course, the war on drugs. So the whole purpose of this was to target illegal drug trade into the country, and had a bunch of measures like funding to combat drug trafficking, minimizing sentencing, increased incarceration rates, educating them, and military aid. But it essentially created a racial caste system where it essentially criminalized people innocently, and it made it more easier to point out minority groups and then arrest them. It was often touted as the new Jim Crow or the modern day systemic racial control. This ties in heavily to the Sixth Amendment, which promises speedy and public trial, a jury, information of the accusation, the right to confront and cross-examine, which is the Confrontation Clause, among many other things. African Americans were automatically denied these freedoms because of things like mentioned before. So, how does this tie into all that was said? Well, with slavery, even though it was ratified in 1791, the Sixth Amendment, it did not include Black men and placed a heavy emphasis on white men that owned property. So they were excluded from legal protections. In addition to Black codes, after slavery, they were still denied Sixth Amendment protections, and they were arrested for unemployment, or loitering, but then they would end up with all-white juries. In addition, the war on drugs fueled a dramatic increase into the prison population, which caused a lot of detriment to the incarceration system. And all in all, this affects an unequal legal representation, which caused a lot of harm to our society. Next, we're going to talk about the policing system, which is often known as setting the precedent for experience in the system. It receives the most criticism often because of racial profiling, which is stopping based on appearance and not behavior. And it's not justified at all. It causes a lot of trauma, distress, and it also undermines the law. So right here, there's this map here of New York, and it's right here is the areas, basically in this study, technology in certain areas. They were based on body cams, police cars, where police traffic was there. And you can see here, it's yellow in places like Bronx and Brooklyn and certain parts of Manhattan, which shows how often these areas police are located. These are often associated with low-income neighborhoods, particularly with Hispanic and Black populations, and police presence is often 20 times higher in these areas as opposed to the areas in dark blue and purple. Here you can also see the certain minority groups that are usually targeted. Black and Hispanic often have the highest police deployment in those areas, and in addition, a lot of it is due in part to low-income areas. The United States population by race, 13% of our population is Black. 26% of them were shot and killed by police since 2015. However, 36% were unarmed and shot and killed by police. This obviously sets a lot of prejudice and obviously a result due to stereotyping. And this is all due in part to structural racism, which is racism that is embedded in the country's laws and policies. As mentioned before, with the 13th Amendment, there was that loophole that caused all of these sorts of prejudices to happen today. And through the system justification theory, it's essentially just defending the status quo. Meaning if you're from a certain minority, if you're from a certain demographic group, you're often inclined to defend your own, whatever it may be, your status quo if it benefits your group. And as you can see here through this graph, racial group membership has a lot of like social experiences and personal experiences, and then tying that into like threats and motivational factors for your beliefs, which in turn causes this. And this has not stopped. We saw a big increase in this due to the Black Lives Matter movement. It posted a lot of interest in this specific activity, and it caused a lot of a lot of information about this, and it also caused a lot of discussion about police brutality. It also talked a lot about how important it is and how scary it is that police often prior to defend themselves and not the people, which has caused a lot of controversy about police funding and things like that. So this is already very much well in action. I'll now hand it back to Giada to talk about trial disparities.
So one of the big major trial disparities between the criminal justice system are in judges. Judges define a lot of our everyday life, especially in the criminal justice system, such as sentencing, police conduct, prison reform, and civil rights, which are the main spots for racial disparities within the criminal justice system. So I want to talk a little bit between federal and local judges and how they're appointed, because if you have a racist judge, you are going to have a racist jury. So federal judges are elected first when there is a vacancy. The vacancy can happen due to retirement, death, or simply another judge stepping down within the system. Then they are nominated by the president with the help of extra senators. These senators help say this is going to be a good judge that's not going to be biased within the system. They are then evaluated again by a group of judges to make sure they are not biased further beyond that. And it's nominated or evaluated based on qualifications, past rulings, and records. They say they have good past rulings, so we want them as a judge, especially within the Supreme Court. Then the Senate votes and confirms them. You have to get at least 51 out of the 100 votes in order for that judge to be elected into the Supreme Court. And then they are appointed. What about local judges? This differs a little bit because local judges go based off election rather than appointment. So first there's the eligibility of becoming a judge. That's citizenship, age, or just your experience. You have to have served as an attorney prior or have some sort of past experience showing that you're going to be a good judge once you enter the system. The judge then declares that they're going to be running for the position in order to help get extra campaigning and fundraising for their cause. They're going to say, oh, we're going to be a good judge, you should vote for me. They can be voted during two ways. They can be a partisan judge or a nonpartisan judge. Partisan judges are affiliated with a specific party. This can be good, although if they are Democratic or Republican, they might not get voted, which in many cases is why most judges become nonpartisan, which means they're not affiliated with a party, and most people are voted based on their beliefs beliefs rather than their specific affiliation. And then they are elected into their position. So again, why do these matter? Judges affect most of the jury. The judges have the greatest say in who's on the jury and affects whether it is racist or not. So the judges, one main thing they can do is they can take anyone off the jury at any time. And these are some of the ways they can do it. One of the main ways are qualifications or hardships. They can say, we are going to not have this person on the jury simply because of basic legal hardships, which I'm going to talk about later in the presentation. But they can also be to undue hardships. If you have someone in your family that's been murdered, you wouldn't want to be on a murder trial because most likely it's going to be more biased. They can also have challenges of cause, which means the judge can decide you're too biased to be on the case. You could be racist or sexist, and henceforth are going to be more biased within your case. There are also the preemptory challenges, which says a judge can take you off the case no matter what. It doesn't have to be for a specific reason. It can simply be just based on their legs, which is where we see a lot of racism in the criminal justice system, because a judge says, oh, this person is going to make it more fair and doesn't want them to be on the case. And then there's voir dire, which is the fair questioning from the judge to the jury. It's saying these people are going to be fair and non-biased within the trial, and henceforth if they are not fair, they are taken off the case. They're forced to speak their truth. So what does it take to be a jury member? These are the basic legal requirements. You have to be at least 18 years old, be a U.S. citizen, have no family hardships that could create bias, proof that you have residency, not have a prior criminal record no matter what the age is, even if you're a teen, and be mentally and physically competent. If you have a brain injury or trauma to your head, you don't want to be on the trial because it could create more bias. There's also the cross-race effect, which says that people are less fair based on their specific race. This is especially important within eyewitnesses because you don't want the people to be not fair in a jury system if there's an all-white jury compared to one black person on trial. This could create major discrimination within the actual criminal justice system, especially when it comes to eyewitnesses. What about during incarceration? So this is especially due to people that are innocently put in jail. What happens then when they get out of jail? What are the major effects? So it could affect whether or not people get parole. This shows they can get out of jail more easily, or if they were innocent, they can be freed after a shorter period of time of being in jail. It makes it harder to re-enter society because they've already been in jail. Most people have mistrust over people that have been in jail prior, and hence are not able to re-enter society as easily. They have unequal treatment within the jail, such as segregation and violence, simply based on their skin color. It's harder to get jobs and support themselves after the lost time in jail, especially back to that one story at the beginning after the 30 years lost in jail. Psychological distress or mental health challenges. Most people develop mental health illnesses as they're in jail, which could create more problems, and increased suicide risk or self-harm among inmates.
So during incarceration, about 37% of Black Americans are in the incarceration system, and 48% of those are serving life sentences or serving life without parole, which is a very big percentage.
There's also 24 to 35% have an increased rate of suicide risk, and 40% of people come out of jail with a new mental illness. So what are some solutions? You could have a letter of character. This is similar to a letter of recommendation. They say this person's going to be unbiased within the criminal justice system, especially when it comes to being a jury. They could have implicit bias tests, which are tests that say this person is not biased, they're going to have a fair trial. It prevents people from being sexist or racist within the criminal justice system. There's CLE, or continuing legal action, which are classes that juries or judges have to take every couple of years in order to prove that they are safe and not biased. You could make the witness system more fair because human memory is not always accurate. You could rely more on security systems based on one eyewitness saying something that could be potentially racist. Or you can make criminal lineups more diverse by making sure that people in lineups are not all of one color to make it more fair. Thank you. Any questions?
recently, movements such as the Black Lives Matter movement further splits the U.S. or further supports racism in the, or supports advocacy of racism in the justice system?
As per the Black Lives Matter movement, I believe that they're taking a stand on a cause that's obviously very important. We have seen in the past with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor how detrimental the police system can be. Like I said previously, a lot of the concern is from the fact that they're defending themselves and not the people, and a lot of the concern also comes with funding and things like that. So it's really, really important to obviously make that voice heard. So essentially, I would say it is important to make that heard, and I don't think it's really causing it is causing a lot of divide as to like how protests are being handled. I do remember that, but I feel it is a very important topic to discuss.
Yeah, Marielle!
And today our topic is media's contribution to a polarized American society. Our question today is, how has the rise of radical media throughout the 21st century altered the American political landscape?
Alright, so in order to understand our topic, first you must know the types of polarization. So first is ideological polarization. So I can guarantee you that everyone sitting in this room has a different idea or opinion about any given topic. But sometimes we like to conform to our political parties that we follow, so to speak. And when that happens, the ideas start to diverge from each other. And that is the way the polarization begins. Your ideas are so different that you can no longer see any value in the opposing side. And I want y'all to look at this graph over the span of 20 years. So from 1994 to 2004, there's really not much going on. It's about the same. But 2004 to 2014, you can see that your average Republican and Democrat are no longer moderate to each other. They're pulling out farther and farther away from each other. So with that, some food for thought, I want y'all to think. For one, this was the first election post 9/11, which left a very big amount of fear of the United States about the future of our country. And then in 2007, the first iPhone came out. So no longer were you watching the nightly news to see what was going on. You now had a phone in your hand. Any time of day, you had access to any content you wanted, which, you're seeing more biased content. And that's not the way that the parties became polarized from each other.
Alright, so the next polarization is we have affective polarization, which is refers to the growing emotional divide between parties and dislike and distrust and dehumanization of the opposing party. On the first graph shows that more people in both parties are giving each other cold ratings. By 2019 around, 80% of Democrats and Republicans view the other side very negatively. It's a clear sign that political divisions are becoming more emotional and personal. On the second graph, it shows that this negativity isn't just coming from no hardcore party members. It's even people who just lean Democrat or even lean Republican are starting to feel that same intense dislike. And that means polarization is just standing beyond the extremes. And then on the last graph is where it gets deeper. People are saying the other side isn't wrong. They're immoral, they are lazy, or closed-minded. It shows how political division is turning into personal judgment, which makes it way harder to find common ground.
And because of this polarization, there's some consequences.
For one, you have legislative gridlock, which happens when the two parties cannot agree, therefore laws cannot be passed. The most recent example would be recently the North Carolina General Assembly. They could not pass a state budget, which kept government employees from getting raises and from certain departments not getting necessary funding for the new year. On a more personal level, it can lead to social fragmentation, which means that you're less likely to associate somebody with opposing beliefs from you. This could go to as small as where you live or who you decide to work for, or even who you choose to be your friends or your spouse. There's also an exposure to political hate speech online. It's not uncommon to get on Facebook and see someone hating on the other side of the political party. And then, on a really violent level, you have the rise of extremist groups and political violence. So over the past few years, I'm sure you've seen a few times that there's some white supremacist groups in our country, as well as some anarchist groups. And political violence, when we were talking about it, there were two examples that really stuck out to us. For one, the riots on the U.S. Capitol in January 6, 2021, and then in 2024, the two assassination attempts on President Trump during his election campaign.
So next we're going to discuss the role of mainstream media in creating these two types of polarization. When I talk about mainstream media, I'm referring to large and well-established news organizations and platforms which are dominated the traditional media landscape. When you think of TV, think of places or channels such as ABC, CBS, CNN, or Fox News, and if you think of newspapers or articles, think of like the New York Times or Washington Post. So the classic theory as to how media creates polarization in our society is the selective exposure theory. The selective exposure theory says that we prefer to view content that affirms our existing beliefs, and we like to avoid content which opposes those beliefs. This is because we like to avoid the discomfort of having to consider an alternate perspective, as well as the possibility that we might be wrong. For politics, this leads to people choosing to read and watch content which affirms their existing partisan beliefs. This puts viewers into echo chambers where they're filled with constant confirmation bias, not only reinforcing our partisanship, but creating a further ideological divide and heightening our dislike for others' beliefs. So next, I'm going to talk a little bit about some norms in mainstream media and the way that they've evolved over time to allow for bias to be present. So by the early 20th century, journalists had adopted norms of objectivity and fairness in their reporting. So this means rather than talking about like their opinions in their coverage, they tried to stick to just facts. And this was enforced by the FCC in 1949 when they created the Fairness Doctrine, which basically said that news broadcasting companies had to devote time to both sides of arguments. This was made out of fear that media companies could use their large and continuously growing influence to set a biased public agenda. However, in 1987, the doctrine was repealed out of fear that it was infringing on the First Amendment protection of freedom of the press. So if you look at this graph here, it starts in 1989 and ends in 2017, and you can see that over time, a greater share of Americans are seeing a great deal of bias in the news media coverage. And it's important to pay attention to the starting date, 1989, because this is shortly after the repeal of the Fairness Doctrine. So next I'm going to talk about some of the actual practices that these companies employ to create this bias. So networks that have partisan leanings often create rhetoric of outrage by making attacks on the opposition. They do this by making an us versus them mentality, which puts people into very distinct groups. A classic example of this during elections, you can think of like red versus blue states, and it's constantly putting people into sort of like a battlefield or a war. They also often use overgeneralizations, sensationalism, and have a hyper focus on the wrongdoing of others. And this is especially characteristic of cable news networks such as MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News, and can be seen through the host and guest choices. So if you look at the right side of the screen here, there's a bunch of headlines. The first two are from coverage of January 6th from MSNBC and Fox News. From MSNBC, which is a Democratic-leaning source, they talk about Trump's betrayal of America, which is obviously an attack, while Fox News is talking about how Trump urged his supporters to go peacefully and patriotically to their defenders. And the second group, they're talking about when Joe Biden poured troops out of Afghanistan. And again, the Democratic-leaning source, MSNBC, is celebrating, saying it's a big deal, while Fox News is talking about the struggle and the demoralizing part of that process. So because of these variations in coverage, there's been differences in how party members trust different sources and the ones that they choose to go to. So there's a lot of information in this graphic. Basically, the main thing to take away is that Republicans, they tend to view certain sources and they trust those, and Democrats tend to distrust those, and vice versa. So all of these actions are because at the end of the day, these news media companies are for-profit entities, meaning that they're gonna do whatever it takes to get the most viewers and ultimately make the most money. Because of the selective exposure theory, which I talked about earlier, people naturally want a source that they can agree with. So these partisan media companies can draw a very large audience. And this is shown by Fox News being the largest cable news network in our country, and they have a bias toward Republicans. And MSNBC followed this trend in the mid-2000s where they started to have the Democratic lead.
Okay, now let's move to some more non-traditional forms of media. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you use social media? That's what I thought. So, have you ever watched a video and realized that you're starting to see more videos that are similar to it? That's not a coincidence at all. So, social media platforms utilize algorithms because the more time you spend on their platform, the more profit they're going to make. So, when it notices the algorithm, it notices what you're watching and what you're liking, what you're sharing, and every time you like a video, it's feeding into an algorithm. And this algorithm is going to shoot back similar content at you, so you spend more time on their platform. And when you're watching political content, say you're liking one side more than the other, chances are you're going to see a lot of similar content, which is polarizing you even more because you're no longer seeing opinions from the other side. You're only seeing opinions from what you want to see, essentially. Like Rod said earlier, with your selective exposure theory, you're really not going to see the other side when the algorithm is feeding back what you tell it that you want to see. And here we have a chart of how many people in the United States think that the algorithm is biased. And yes, it does reinforce the idea that polarization is real and prominent in our media, but it also shows that people are going to see less value in opposing perspectives because they know that it's biased and they have the thought that it's not true. So even if you are aware that you're taking biased media, chances are you're still believing it, even if you're seeing opposing viewpoints.
So bias storing it occurs when political identity becomes the most central trait in our lives, with citizens being divided into parties based on their ideological principles. As policy views become more polarized, partisan differences are growing on unrelated grounds. When these differences extend beyond politics, it can lead to higher levels of effective polarization. This is why it is crucial that we balance out individual differences to find common ground. So studies show that the content on X, formerly known as Twitter, has become increasingly polarized over the years, especially the past 5 years, both politically and emotionally. This shift is an example of both ideological and effective polarization, as it's creating a divide between both of the parties. Turkish sociologist Zeynep Tufekci found that YouTube algorithms often steers viewers towards more extreme content after they consume videos related to a specific party.
And here we have Facebook. They basically amended their algorithm feeds all to conflict to keep people on the app. Their AI chief said social media probably made polarization worse, and the fixes they tried didn't really work. But during the 2020 election, they made changes to reduce political suggestions and extreme news. And these steps helped lower some of the tension on the platform. But after that, Facebook removed the changes to keep users engaged.
Okay, so starting in the 2008 election, President Obama set the course for future presidential elections by using social media, specifically at the time Facebook, Twitter, and MySpace for his campaign. Fast forward to the present day, social media sites have become major players in political elections. Twitter, for one, played an important role in the 2016 election. President Trump himself stated back then that I think I wouldn't be here if I didn't have social media. Additionally, Twitter has become a haven for political opinion from different political officials. While some posts can be safe and appropriate, some messages from politicians can include extreme and polarizing comments, some of which might be misinformation, which reinforces the us versus them narrative. So these are examples of social media posts by politicians, specifically our 2024 presidential candidates. We see President Trump here framing immigration as a criminal threat, that declaring election day as Liberation Day. He used the deaths of 3 individuals at the hands of migrants to reinforce the narrative that migrant criminal networks are extremely harmful to American society, and his language suggests a focus on national sovereignty and border security. He also criticizes Vice President Kamala Harris, suggesting that she has inflicted violence on America, vowing that she will never be president. On the other hand, we have Vice President Kamala Harris here, who's accusing the president of inciting the January 6th insurrection due to the outcome of the 2020 election. She assures voters that her campaign aligns with the principles of country, democracy, and rule of law, and suggests that you also align with these values are to support her campaign and hopes for a peaceful transfer of power.
So now that we've talked about what polarization is, what causes it, and how various forms of media can amplify it, we're going to briefly talk about some potential solutions to attack this issue. So many would assume that the best solution to this problem is for people to view content from an opposing viewpoint to alleviate the echo chamber mechanism that I talked about earlier. And while some studies support this, there's actually information that shows that this can be counterproductive. So in a study done by Christopher Bale, he had half of 1,220 participants on Twitter be exposed to content from an opposing belief. And he found that rather than reducing polarization, it actually increased it. And it's believed that this backfire could have been due to a sense of defensiveness that we naturally get whenever we are presented with views that conflict with ours. So we think there needs to be further research done on this phenomenon, and in the meantime, people should try to focus on viewing more moderate sources. To combat partisan news broadcasting, we think the government needs to increase funding for public broadcasting, and this is because it tends to have less bias. And studies in other countries that have done this show that this can decrease effective polarization. For social media, we think that the FTC needs to make rules which further regulate how social media companies can stop the spread of extremist, hateful, and even false information. And lastly, we think that they need to fix their algorithms to be less polarizing, despite the threat of having lost engagement.
Hello. Do you think there is a way?
I'm Julia Lang. I'm Elsa Bergman. I'm Ella Cohen, and this is our cornerstone on the history and lasting impacts of the Native American boarding school system in the United States. Our research question is how does the forced assimilation of Native Americans through boarding schools impact cultural identity and contribute to modern day issues in Native American communities? So we're going to start with a little bit of background. In 1513, we have the first Native American interaction with a European that wasn't a Viking, and this was when Juan Ponce de Leon landed in Florida. Jumping a couple of centuries, in 1824, we have the creation of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they're responsible for maintaining relations between the U.S. and Native American tribes with the goal of assimilating them into a white society. In 1831, we have the beginning of the Trail of Tears after the passage of the Indian Removal Act by Andrew Jackson in 1830. And then in 1860, we have the first on-reservation boarding school created, and in 1879, we have the first off-reservation boarding school created. So, pre-colonial Native American education consisted of literature, geography, astronomy, law, medicine, and several other subjects. However, it wasn't formalized and it was often taught orally. Additionally, Native American society was matrilineal, meaning that power and titles passed through the mother's line, and men and women had shared positions of power. All of these characteristics were not present in European society, contributing to how they viewed them as uncivilized. So the first attempt at Native American assimilation was through religious reform, not educational reform. But this failed because it was met with a lot of resistance and bloodshed, ultimately forcing Europeans to change tactics. So they settled on educational reform because it was more effective and cheaper. To assist with educational reform, we passed the Dawes Act, which broke up Native American land into tribal allotments and was redistributed to them based on whether the BIA determined if they were qualified enough to receive their allotment.
Any surplus was given to white settlers, and before the Dawes Act, Native Americans had 150 million acres of land, but ended with 48 million acres. This resulted in cyclical poverty because they were underpaid for their land, and the land was unfarmable, meaning there was no way to make a sustainable living. This map shows the land that natives have historically owned and the land that they own today. As you can see, they've lost close to 99% of their land, and then 42% of tribes recorded throughout history own no land today. And of the tribes that do own land, only around 3% own their original territory. So socially speaking, settlers recognized that if they could change the way natives thought, they could make them fit into a white society, or at the very least destroy Native American culture by not teaching them values, traditions, and ideals. Economically speaking, Native Americans had a free capitalist society, meaning that resources and labor were shared and not privately owned like that of the U.S. So those in power recognized that if they could teach Native Americans their ideals in education, they could get rid of their culture for that current generation as well as generations to come, thus eliminating their cultural identity. This map shows the location of reservations as well as boarding schools. As you can see, there's a large concentration in Oklahoma, Arizona, New Mexico, and a large amount in Hawaii and Alaska as well.
In this next section, I will discuss the experience of Native American children in United States boarding schools. First, it is important to note the factors that both pressured and motivated Native families to send their children to boarding school. Many families were threatened with the loss of government rations or incarceration if they refused to comply with government authorities. And in some cases, children were forcibly removed from their homes. However, not all decisions were made entirely under pressure. Other motivators included the hope of learning English, access to food, water, and shelter, or coping with the loss of family. In addition, Native schools offered peer connection and an alternative to public schools where Native students often struggled. Next, it is important to highlight a system at the heart of assimilationist values. The internal colonialism model refers to the suppression of a marginalized group by a more powerful population within the same nation. The government used education as a tool to manipulate Native populations under a racist ideology that viewed Native people as inherently inferior. The schools themselves had a rigid structure and rarely considered student well-being. Students had little voice or agency, and their cultural differences were highlighted rather than eradicated. Lastly, many instructors held a biased perspective, viewing students through a lens of cultural inferiority. Boarding school facilities were often cold, stark, and overcrowded. There was no carpeting, room decorations were not permitted, and students slept in open dormitories offering little privacy. Nutritionally inadequate meals and poor sanitation made daily routines uncomfortable. Overcrowding was common, sometimes with only one staff member for every 60 students, limiting supervision and care. The curriculum in boarding schools was repetitive and lacked cultural relevance. Many students felt bored and unmotivated, especially when English had little use in their daily lives on the reservation. This disconnect led to resistance and rebellion, which was often met with harsh discipline, creating a cycle of disengagement. Moreover, federal boarding schools strictly banned Indigenous language, leading to miscommunication and emotional distress. Effective education of Native American students required not only standard academic knowledge, but a deep understanding of Native cultures and ways of life. However, many instructors were hired under the spoils system, chosen based on political party loyalty, which often left students with unqualified or culturally unaware instructors. Furthermore, teacher turnover was high due to poor sanitation, lack of preparation, and poor conditions, creating instability for students. Boarding school curriculum was often heavily gendered and focused on labor rather than academics. Girls were trained in home economics, preparing them for roles as maids, housewives, or domestic workers, and boys were assigned manual labor, often to maintain the school itself or produce goods. These programs reinforced stereotyped social roles, aiming to undermine matrilineal societies and integrate Native youth into the lower ranks of society. Religious instruction was another core part of boarding school life. Religious posters were commonly hung in classrooms, promoting Christian values like obedience, humility, and salvation. Some students chose to adopt Christianity, believing it to be a source of power within white society. Today, many Indigenous communities have formed variations of the Native American Church, blending Christian elements with traditional spiritual practices. Boarding schools operated under a military-style system designed to enforce obedience and erase individuality. Students wore uniforms, followed daily drills, and lived by a rigid schedule controlled by bells. Harsh punishments like solitary confinement, beating, and public shaming were used for minor infractions. This approach fostered hostility and division among students. Despite efforts to assimilate Native American children, the vast majority, including 95% of Navajo youth, returned home to their families after leaving school rather than integrating into white society. However, they often lacked the cultural knowledge necessary to thrive on their reservation and found their vocational training irrelevant. The schools ultimately failed to prepare students for success in either world, and returning students often faced identity conflict and were seen as traitors or outsiders if they did not reintegrate. While most boarding schools closed by the 1990s as a result of policy changes, a small number of off-reservation boarding schools continue to operate today. While boarding schools were designed to erase Indigenous identity, some students used their experience to empower their communities. By learning English and understanding federal systems, some students became effective tribal leaders and activists, and others formed tribally controlled schools. These examples demonstrate how resilience and leadership can emerge even within institutions designed to destroy identity.
Next, we'll examine the impact of boarding schools on culture and modern life. To start, let's define cultural identity, which is one sense of belonging associated with their culture, as shaped by shared values, experiences, and traditions. In our research, we found that the experience of Native American children in Northern boarding schools had extreme repercussions on their culture. First, there were physical impacts, such as the cutting of students' traditional long hair to fit into the white standard, as well as the replacement of traditional tribal clothing. Other mental and spiritual limitations also contributed to a sense of detachment from students' cultural identities. Numerous modern effects have occurred as a result of the boarding school system. Native Americans today face a variety of mental health issues such as stress, depression, PTSD, and increased suicide risk at rates much higher than the general public, primarily due to the trauma of boarding schools. Additionally, Native American spirituality is closely linked to mental health. Spirituality is traditionally a major part of Native American culture, as it is considered inextricably linked to all aspects of life. The forced assimilation attempt at boarding schools contributed greatly to the historical loss of indigenous culture and tradition, often expressed through spirituality, as the negative correlation between spirituality and mental health symptoms such as anxiety and depression led boarding school attendees to develop mental health issues that permeate across generations today. The next modern impact we will look at is substance abuse. High rates of alcohol dependence and illegal drug use have been observed among former boarding school attendees and their descendants. In our research, we found that this was likely due to family relationships being damaged through boarding schools, as if parents show their children the negative ways of handling their psychological stress that they learned in boarding schools, their children will learn these ways as opposed to important cultural ways of healing. This leads children to have a higher predisposition to substances and the abuse of them. Lastly, chronic absenteeism, defined as missing 10% or more of all scheduled school days, is a lasting implication of boarding schools. Many Native people today have a continued lack of trust in the education system as a result of their or their family's personal experiences in boarding schools. This generational distrust is exacerbated when curriculums lack cultural representation or perpetuate stereotypes about Native Americans. Also, Native students are more likely than the average student to have their absences labeled as unexcused rather than excused. While excused absences often carry little to no negative consequences, unexcused absences can lead to negative effects in the classroom, exclusion from extracurricular activities, and even legal action. As you can see in these charts, Native American students have almost the highest rate of absenteeism of any group, the highest pre-pandemic, and especially in comparison to white students across many states. There are two general root causes of chronic absenteeism. First are barriers, described as cannot-go causes, which include issues such as lack of access to reliable transportation and lack of access to healthcare. Secondly, aversion causes, or will-not-go causes, include issues such as academic struggle, unwelcoming school environments, and families' negative experiences in school. All of these examples are present to some extent in Native American communities today. There are many issues resulting from chronic absenteeism, both personal and societal. Chronic absenteeism signals being off track, meaning students are less likely to graduate, leading them to have less financial success as an adult because it will be harder to find employment. Additionally, people of color already earn less than their white counterparts, a disparity that widens for those with less education. Excuse me. However, there are ways to improve attendance and mitigate the negative effects previously described. Schools and teachers can connect with students more personally and provide positive reinforcements when students are present, whereas districts can work with tribal communities to establish reliable transportation and employ culturally knowledgeable staff to ensure that students feel supported both academically and socially and emotionally.
Finally, we'll be discussing the reconciliation efforts in modern society. In December 2024, Senate passed Bill 1723 to implement the Truth and Healing Commission to investigate boarding school records. This would include an inquiry into assimilation policies, a collection of survivor testimony, a dissemination or spread of these findings, as well as investigations beyond the Department of the Interior. The inquiries would examine the location of Native children still buried near or under boarding schools, as well as record evidence of the effects of ongoing trauma in American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian societies. The Commission also gains the power to obtain records of attendance, infirmary, deaths, and land, as well as the power to subpoena these records from governments and churches. Another aspect of the Commission would be the ability to provide a public forum for survivors, communities, and tribal leaders to share testimonies about the impacts of boarding school. They would also require testimony from churches, federal, state, and local governments with knowledge relating to boarding school policies. The Commission would share their findings publicly and be required to share with the government within 5 years, as well as provide recommendations for better national involvement with public education on the topic of boarding schools. The bill also requires a list of guidance for legislative and administrative actions to address issues in Native American communities, such as investing in the restoration of language and culture and establishing trauma-focused resources for mental health. Despite Bill 1723 not being solidified into law yet, groups have been advocating for greater public awareness and healing from boarding school trauma for years. This includes the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, also known as NABS. The goal of NABS is to implement a national strategy that increases public awareness on the loss of both Native lives and culture due to boarding schools. They also work to cultivate healing for the trauma experienced by boarding school students. Today, NABS has been tasked by the Department of the Interior to compile a collection of oral history and records from survivors through interviews. These testimonies document stories of those who have attended boarding schools and make them easily accessible to the public. The project is not trauma-seeking or meant to open old wounds, but is grounded in a healing-based approach that respects both the survivor and honors their culture that was once erased. What makes the Oral History Project so unique is the attention to ceremony, such as referring to their interviewees as narrators and providing indigenous psychologists during interviews and offering food reflective of a tribal region's tribe. The NABS Oral History Project Manager, Charlie Bissett, reasons that these histories are important and not to be forgotten so that they are preserved for generations to come. Profound healing can come from sharing one story. In conclusion, despite initiatives by indigenous groups such as NABS to share testimonies and educate the public, more work has to be done to address systemic damages to Native communities through collective awareness and accountability of the federal government's role in both the creation and the perpetuation of Native American boarding schools. Before we finish, we have to show our beautiful references. Thank you.
So in the beginning of the presentation, you guys I think mentioned when there was like a timetable like on or off reservations. What do you mean by that?
So on reservation boarding school, it means that it's on the literal land of the reservation, and off reservation boarding school means it's not on land owned by Native American tribes. Both are controlled by the federal government, so the only difference is like where they're located.
Okay, thank you.
First guy, you said something like, there are no more like government on land reservations, or on boarding schools like on Native American land. Do these reservations, or do these not reservations, do these boarding schools still exist in the United States today as things are being?
There are still some off reservation, but they're not focused on assimilation. They're more on like healing or the healing approach, and not as like forced or like harming indigenous populations.
Yeah, they're now a way to bring that culture together instead of
yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Today we're going to be looking at U.S. elections, talking about elections
Lily K. Buchanan.
I'm Isabella Smith.
And I'm Anaya Campbell. We're first going to start by contextualizing our elections by looking at the original 1788 framework of the United States Constitution. So specifically looking at the presidential elections, Article 2, Section 1 provides several things. The first is that the president and vice president will be elected in the same election and serve for a term of 4 years, with the winner of that election being chosen as president, runner-up being chosen as vice president. The Electoral College will also determine the winners of the elections. I'll get to that in a second. If the electoral vote is tied, the decision goes to the House of Representatives, and if that vote is tied, then the decision will go to the Senate. And then it gives us some more vague directions by saying that the time, place, and manner of elections will be determined by the states. So the Electoral College. So this is also back in 1788, so some of these things no longer apply, but the original language says that each state appoints a number of electors that is equal to the total number of senators and representatives. This is still legitimate today, and if you look to the map on the right side of the screen, that is the Trump-Biden election, and within that map, each state has a number, and that would be the number of electors each of those states received that year. Electors were actually originally selected to deliberate the candidates prior to voting, similar to the way that the jury would deliberate before voting. That is no longer a thing today, with most states legally requiring the electors to vote in accordance with whatever that state voted. And then each elector will vote for 2 candidates, with each of their votes having equal weight, and the winner would be selected as president, and again, runner-up selected as vice president. That has changed, and we'll get to that in a second, as we look at different elections and periods in our history that have actually changed this process over the years. Starting with the election of 1800. In this election, Thomas Jefferson beat John Adams. However, he tied his quote-unquote running mate, Aaron Burr. Now, the House of Representatives went on to elect Thomas Jefferson, but it raised some questions. See, Jefferson and Burr were running as running mates, but this is still in the electoral system where you're voting for 2 people of equal value. And so this raised questions on whether or not this is going to increase the likelihood of having more tied elections in the future, which led to the passage of the 12th Amendment. This 12th Amendment basically made it so that each elector only votes for 1 pair of running mates. So instead of them running separate, they'll run together, so you would see Jefferson and Burr on the same ticket, and each elector would only vote for 1 pairing. The next election we're going to look at is the election of 1828, where Andrew Jackson beat John Quincy Adams. In this particular election, there was no constitutional changes. However, it was significant in that it is the first time we saw an expansion of suffrage in the United States, whereas prior to this election, only property-owning white males could vote, and after this election, all white males could vote. The next election will be the election of 1868. This is the first election following the Civil War, where Ulysses S. Grant was elected president, and it was also the first election in which African American males could participate as well, thanks to the Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, which abolished slavery, the 14th, which expanded citizenship, and the 15th, which made it so that African American males could vote. Now, this is not an election, however, April of 1914 marks the ratification of the 17th Amendment. We have been talking about more presidential election themes, but this particular one affects the Senate. Prior to this, our senators were selected by state legislatures, and following the ratification of this amendment, senators were directly elected by the people, similarly to the House of Representatives. Now, the next election we're going to look at is the election of 1920. This is where Warren Harding defeated James Cox, but it was also the first election that took place following the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which expanded suffrage to women. And an interesting statistic I found is that over 10 million women voted in the first election in which females could participate, which was over 1/3 of the entire female population in the nation at the time. Now, the next elections we're going to look at are the elections of 1940 and 1944. While they're different elections, they serve the same purpose for this presentation. FDR saw his 3rd and 4th terms during this election, which was unprecedented. George Washington set the precedent of only serving 2 terms as president, and FDR defied these terms. However, after his final term as president, the 22nd Amendment was passed, which limits presidents from exceeding an office period of 2 terms for a total of 10 years. Now, the election of 1964. In this election, President Lyndon B. Johnson beat Barry Goldwater. However, this was also the first election following the passage of the 24th Amendment, which effectively banned poll taxes. Now, this was kind of an issue because even though African Americans had earned suffrage thanks to the 15th Amendment, they were still being discriminated against thanks to the time, place, and manner provisions located in the Constitution, and the 24th Amendment banned poll taxes and other discriminatory practices that could discourage people from voting. And then the election of 1972. Richard Nixon was elected president, and this is the first election following the ratification of the 26th Amendment. Context for this particular election, the Vietnam War was going on, as well as the draft, where 18 years and older could go to war, but only 21 and older could vote. So this was the first election in which people 18 years and older could vote in the election, thanks to just the draft and everything that was going on at the time.
Alright, and now that we understand some of the history of how we got this system that we have, we're now going to look at electoral developments. So we're going to look at two key components, and that will be functionality and legitimacy of elections. I've defined this as adhering to a fair procedure that is trusted as well as accepted by the electorate, meets legal and procedural standards, but also delivers outcomes that are effective and accurate. So the three key factors we're going to look at of legitimacy and functionality of American election systems is demographic trends, voting laws, and partisanship. So we're going to start by looking at demographic trends. So we start with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So here we see in the first graphic that this was extremely effective in getting the African American population registered to vote. We see almost 50% of the eligible electorate was registered by 1967. We then still see this white electorate dominance and this youth disengagement. That means the non-Latino white, non-college educated voters comprised of almost 70% of the electorate, and this raised questions of the legitimacy of our elections when it's not as representative as our diverse population. But we still see growing diversity, largely due to mobilization efforts. As we can see from the second graphic, as the American population began to get more diverse, so did the electorate. We're now going to look at the development of voting laws in our system. So this began with the 2000s presidential election. This was Bush versus Gore. So this was an extremely close election. President Bush also had familial ties in the controversial state of Florida, and the ballots were just extremely confusing, which led to numerous recounts. And as you can see up in that graphic in the corner, those were the confusing ballots. So people were accidentally voting for the wrong candidate, which led to numerous recounts, and this sparked a question of the functionality of this presidential election, which created the Help America Vote Act. So raise your hand in this room if you are 17 years or older. You can serve in the Election Assistance Commission, which is what this act established. This was a transparency initiative. This also created provisional voting, voting information transparency, updated and upgrading voting technology. As you can see over here, that's the newer system. It created a statewide voter database for transparency, as well as voter ID procedures. These began in Illinois, and they were extremely strict. It was state-issued IDs only, and this kind of procedure was upheld through many court cases, and now we have this mixed policy system of voter ID laws. 36 of our states have voting ID law procedures. 10 to 12 have the extremely strict ones. And now we're going to look at partisanship. So again, with the Bush versus Gore election, this was the first election where we see partisan identity shaping whether one accepts or rejects elections. And then we see in 2008, when Obama wins presidency, this is racially motivated partisanship regarding election results. And then again in 2020, we see the illegitimate voter rhetoric. This is the first time we've kind of questioned the legitimacy of the electorate. And so this was kind of fear-mongering when cases of voter fraud aren't even common at all. They're actually extremely rare. And then in 2020, we see election denialism. So when a large political figure denies the legitimacy of election, it again creates fear-mongering when it's maybe not necessary. And we can see from this graph here that there's a positive correlation between the party that wins and the party that accepts the election results. So why do people distrust the system? Like we just talked about, system complexity. The butterfly ballots that we saw in the 2000 election led to mistrust in the system that it actually works efficiently. Lack of efficacy, we'll talk more about this later, but people maybe felt that their vote didn't matter, especially in presidential elections, as well as polarization. As we just talked about, when there's hyper-partisanship, people feel as not willing to vote, which decreases voter turnout, which in effect decreases voter legitimacy. And then lastly, misinformation. We'll talk more about this again as well, but the 2016-2020 presidential elections are kind of examples of how misinformation leads to less voter turnout. So, how can we fix this problem? It starts with access. So expanding early voting, mail-in ballots, absentee balloting, those are key factors, as well as maybe thinking for the future. So expanding the early voting period, Also advocating for same-day registration, not just in the early voting period, but also on election day, and possibly advocating for a national holiday on election day to get more people out to vote. As well as education. So starting in schools, teaching people how to vote is a key factor in kind of diminishing that system complexity. Reform, so advocating just for against disparities when you see them in the system, like Stacey Abrams, when she saw disparities, she saw many polling places closing in predominantly African American communities, and she advocated to get those reopened. And lastly, engagement. So mobilization efforts, this can look like voter registration drives and similar initiatives. So if you don't take anything else from this section of the PowerPoint, just know that the legitimacy of an election is a byproduct of voter turnout. So your vote can determine the legitimacy of an election. And now I'm going to hand it over to Anaya.
Alright, so now we're going to look at the social effects on elections and the many influences that drive voter turnout and the outcomes that we see. So first, we have gerrymandering. When we see gerrymandering occur, representatives are choosing who votes for them rather than the other way around. This undermines principles of one person, one vote. And as you can see in the map of North Carolina here, we have various districts over our 100 counties that have been very, very gerrymandered. Next, we talk about voter suppression. When it comes to voter suppression, voting should be accessible in America to all who are eligible. However, we often see the closing of polling places in diverse places. We see early voting periods being reduced or terminated completely. We see the purging of eligible citizens from voter rolls in numerous states. And we also see the implementation of harsh registration rules and voting harder for certain groups. The Electoral College is also very controversial as it allows for presidents in America to be elected without always securing a majority popular vote. The Electoral College can also inflate the power of votes in battleground states, and in winner-take-all systems, it can also allow the Republicans to have a slight majority advantage. So next we're going to talk about negative partisanship, and this has had an increasing role in elections over the past few decades. Since the 1980s, there's been an increase in opinions expressed negatively towards the opposite party. This has led to an increase in party loyalty and straight-ticket voting, as voters often become more concerned with reducing the power of the opposing party rather than picking the candidate that is best fit for our country. When it comes to the media's impacts, these often stem from fake news, and as you can see, fake news in 2016 received more engagement on Facebook than popular mainstream real stories. In 2016, conservatives made up 60% of fake news consumption and 21% of shares, while those who lean towards the left only shared 5%. We're also all familiar with flashy headlines, and this will be especially harmful during elections as FTC and FCC regulations on false commercial advertising that apply to political ads, yet news outlets are still required to run these advertisements despite showing misleading content. A great example of micro-targeting in elections was Donald Trump's 2026 campaign, where he used political deterrents to deter 3.5 million Black Americans from voting. In Miami-Dade County alone, 116,000 Black Americans were deterred from voting using anti-Hillary Clinton ads suggesting that voting wouldn't change anything and creating tension within the Black community. In the state of Wisconsin, Black voter turnout dropped 19%, giving him a win of only 23,000 votes, and this was the first Republican win in Wisconsin since 1984. When it comes to campaign strategies, of course, these are designed to have impacts on voters, but let's look at a few ways. First of all, compelling messaging. Certain messages can be tailored to your demographics, like a focus on education or property taxes if you live in the suburbs, or criminal justice for minority populations. When it comes to connection and recognition, many local or state level candidates rely heavily on name recognition, so town halls and rallies can allow them to connect more easily with voters. In the same way that social media lets us keep up with friends, it also lets our candidates keep up with us, collecting data and seeing what their constituents are interested in. As far as emotional appeals, candidates often rely on our susceptibility to emotional manipulation, pulling on our heartstrings or instilling a sense of fear and anger that we carry with us to the polls. Now, when we talk about modern voter behavior, Gen Z millennials now form the largest portion of America's electorate. Gen Z millennials often lean more blue, along with women. However, in the 2024 election, we saw an increase in Republican votes among Black and Hispanic populations. In 2024, the turnout of eligible voters was 64.7%, which was down from 2020, but still up compared to every other year since 1984. Now, when it comes to voter efficacy, raise your hand if you think that your one individual vote does anything for our country in elections. Not that many of you guys. So, voters are more driven to turn out when they feel affected by issues. This can include racial issues, reproductive rights, LGBTQ issues, anything that you feel affects you personally. We also see a higher turnout in presidential elections over state and municipal elections. Voters can be discouraged by voting for the Electoral College and long lines, so it's very important that we have accessible elections. Age, race, and education can also affect turnout, but it's important that we recognize that only one ballot can drastically shape elections. You can have a tie-breaking vote that shifts a majority, and your one individual vote can go a long way. Think about your receipts when you go to the grocery store. One small item that's only $5 can add up and become $50 very quickly, and the same thing happens with your votes. Many states have been called by less than 5% between candidates, so always remember, when it comes down to November, turn out. Our hope is that this presentation helps you have a deeper understanding of elections and helps you consider how you'll cast your next vote. Will you vote straight down the ballot for your party like 91% of others in 2012, or will you vote based on hopes only for our country? Thank you.
Any questions?
Why does the Electoral College make it skew Republican?
So when it comes to the Electoral College, some states have a higher vote count and states that are more rural and have higher Republican majorities in those states. So when we look at those state elections and how the popular vote is in those states, they often swing more Republican as opposed to smaller blue states. So we might have a lot of blue states, they have a smaller electoral vote swing, so we see Republicans still end up with the majority.
Totalitarianism is a political system defined by absolute centralized control, suppression of dissent, and the use of propaganda to maintain power. Coined by Italian dictator Benito Mussolini in the 1920s to describe his fascist state, all within the state, none outside the state, none against the state, the term came to represent oppressive single-party regimes like Nazi Germany. During World War II, such states sought to control all aspects of life, labeling any opposition as evil.
However, totalitarian states are often misidentified as being authoritarian. Though they share many similarities, such as their dictator-like leaders and need for control, they seek to obtain different types of control. Authoritarianism is typically a broader term that is characterized by unquestioning obedience to authority. A few of its branches include bureaucratic military, mobilizing, post-colonial, and racial or ethnic, which all differ in their individual competitiveness. However, the ideal form of authoritarianism is characterized by control over civil society, limited freedoms, and the use of coercion and oppression to enforce control over the political aspects of society. As Caitlin mentioned, totalitarianism is an extreme form of authoritarianism that seeks to control all aspects of an individual's life while also seeking to control a larger majority.
This has led us to our research question: how was the rise of a totalitarian government in Germany during the Second World War influenced by the use of propaganda and political rhetoric?
Thomas Hobbes was an English philosopher who heavily influenced political ideologies and certain political parties. Though he never explicitly mentions totalitarianism, many credit him for that following, simply because he believed that humans were instinctively selfish and greedy, and he believed that the only way to maintain these traits of humans is through a strong central government, similar to that of totalitarianism.
Hannah Arendt, a German Jewish thinker labeled by her exile from Nazi Germany, saw totalitarianism as a new and extreme form of rule that sought total control. In the origins of totalitarianism, she argued that regimes like Nazism and Stalinism used ideology and terror not just to dominate politically, but to control all aspects of life, to destroy individuality and truth. These systems thrived in mass isolation, using violence and propaganda to erase facts, reshape reality, and turn people into obedient followers.
Adolf Hitler grew up impoverished and did not have a present father figure. Therefore, he ends up growing very close to his mother, and at first, he has dreams of pursuing art. Hitler got rejected from a prestigious art school, not once, but twice, ultimately crushing his dreams. In 1913, Hitler travels to Munich with hopes of serving in the military, where he is deemed physically unfit. However, when World War I arises, and the need for soldiers is also on the rise, Hitler gets drafted, and after World War I in 1919, Hitler begins his work in politics in the Workers' Party. He becomes their head of propaganda in 1920, and in the background of all of this, the Nazi Party emerges from dissatisfied servicemen, and in 1921, Hitler becomes the leader of the Nazi Party. Hitler's radicalization was influenced by disappointment and frequent exposure to hateful ideas throughout his lifetime.
The Treaty of Versailles after World War I placed enormous blame on Germany, specifically through the War Guilt Clause. This resentment felt by the German public led to their public alienation from Germany's new democratic environment government. The lower middle class specifically saw an increase in financial burdens as they experienced the hyperinflation that followed the war and later occurred during the Great Depression. This resentment and fiscal instability allowed extremist leaders like Hitler, who promised to restore greatness, create jobs, and seek revenge, to come to power. As a result, the public became swept up in this intensely purposeful mass movement focused on restoring their country to its dignity, pride, and glory. Hitler also gained support for the church by supporting the idea of positive Christianity, where the goal is to strip away the Jewish elements of the Christian faith, like the Old Testament. In this way, a Nazi-aligned group known as the German Christians partially succeeded in Aryanizing Jesus, where they stripped him of his Jewish heritage. This made Jesus a figure of racial superiority that worked to justify German anti-Semitism. Thus, Hitler was able to gain support by religious leaders from those who both directly supported him and by those who remained silent.
Under Hitler's administration, propaganda was used to control information and promote Nazi ideals. By directing media, the Nazis promoted nationalism, anti-Semitism, and loyalty to Hitler. The propaganda blamed minorities for German problems while painting Germany as superior. So an example of this would be in this piece of propaganda is depicting an idealized German family being protected by an eagle, which signified the Nazi state. It was promoting that the Nazi Party ensured safety and care for all German citizens, especially German families. Its goal was to recruit ordinary people to join the party. Another example of this would be in the 1934 Nazi Party Congress in Nuremberg. It aimed to glorify Hitler and to portray the Nazi Party as powerful and unified. It wanted to inspire loyalty and make Hitler seem heroic. This ultimately helped build Hitler's image for years to come.
Hitler's propaganda strategy was to hold its intellectual at that of the least intelligent. In this way, he was able to prevent doubt among the public by creating an obvious and easily identifiable enemy. He built the foundation of Jewish hatred by building on centuries of Christian anti-Semitism, where the Jews were blamed for killing Jesus or were labeled as Christ rejectors. Thus, he used German anti-Semitism to make Jews a symbol of all that was hated and feared. The images you see on the screen are factions from a weekly German newspaper whose title translates to The Stormer, and its subtitle to A Weekly for the Fight for the Truth. This truth, however, was fueling anti-Semitic lies that the German people were in a life-or-death struggle against the world's greatest enemy, otherwise known as the Jews. The paper's publisher was ultimately sentenced to death for crimes against humanity because of the critical role he played in fermenting Jewish hatred. He was said to have infected the minds of the public with the virus of anti-Semitism, leading the German people towards active persecution.
If you'll move your attention to the screen, you'll see two quotes. These quotes heavily influenced the public opinion within Nazi Germany. These quotes were built on a foundation of repetition, emotional appeal, and aggressive scapegoating, which also influenced public opinion and led to this widespread community of nationalism. The simple yet dramatic language used by both Hitler and his followers gained mass emotion and points the blame to three main victims: the Jews, the communists, and the Treaty of Versailles for all of Germany's issues. He stages his speeches with things such as gestures and lights to create a semi-theatrical effect, and he frames his issues in black and white. He's their only help. Through relentless propaganda, political rhetoric, he was able to manipulate minds and grow revenge of his following.
Scapegoating blames specific groups for society's problems, while fear propaganda aims to exaggerate threats to create anxiety and justify extreme actions. So an example of this would be in 1932, he said he blamed the Marxists and the Jews for German problems, saying that they needed to be destroyed. And national unity adds to this by inspiring that there is one true loyalty and identity. So in his 1933 speech, he he says that he was calling for Germany to unite against the enemies and eradicate them, so completely get rid of them. The end goal of this is to invoke emotion over reason, which creates division, builds obedience, and rallies for support.
Hitler was able to exert his control over the German people both by physical means and through psychological strategies. Physically speaking, revolutions in communications and technology allowed the German government to efficiently spread propaganda, as they were also able to monitor the people through the use of electronic devices. Germany's modern highways were explicitly designed by Hitler's engineers in the 1930s in order to transport troops to enforce the mass executions of Jews, gypsies, and partisan resistors. Psychologically speaking, Hitler discouraged traditional social organizations and institutions, such as individual religious groups and labor unions, leading to a weakened social fabric. As a result, individualism and pluralism diminished as the people began to accept the totalitarian state ideology. Thus, diversity became replaced by mass conformity. Hitler's ideology was purely anti-intellectual and atheoretical. He discouraged free learning because intellectuals often criticized those in power or tried to resist propaganda. As a result, he was able to create a weak, homogenized society who had no choice but to submit to his rule. Some historians argue that the Constitution of the Weimar Republic was never breached by Hitler. However, an act passed by the German government in 1933 allowed him to amend the Constitution at will, effectively nullifying the Constitution. Thus, the role of the lawmaker became vested in one man. Additionally, the police had the freedom to operate without the constraints of policies or regulations. And as a result, authoritative violence became unpredictable and terror became widespread among the people. An elite core of the Nazi Party known as SS men were trained specifically in racial hatred and were led to harden their hearts to human suffering as they served under the motto, "Thy honor is thy loyalty." The Nazi Party ultimately stressed instinct, subordination of the individual to the state, and believed in the right of the strong to rule the weak as they sought to suppress competing social, political, and religious groups.
At the beginning of World War II, it was looking like a huge success for the Axis powers. However, we all know how that ends. At the beginning of World War II, there was a brief alliance between the USSR and Germany, but it didn't last for long, and eventually Hitler, as commander-in-chief, declares war on the USSR, which leads to a significant military depletion for Germany. On top of all this, Japan bombs Pearl Harbor, which ultimately forces Germany to also declare war on the United States, and the United States joined World War II alongside the Allies, and they eventually rise to power. They began liberating concentration camps across all capitals of Europe, and the Allies rise for the ultimate victory. Hitler commits suicide in his bunker, and without Hitler to look to, Germany falls. As said before, at the beginning of World War II, Germany was strong, feared, and fueled by nationalistic ideals. Germany did not know where to go after Hitler committed suicide, so therefore they surrendered and ultimately admit defeat in World War II. The Allies win, Germany becomes corrupt, and the Marshall Plan is enacted by the Allies. If you do not know what the Marshall Plan is, the Marshall Plan essentially splits Germany into 4 rebuilding districts and rebuilds their nation from the ground up.
Germany is exhibiting signs of democratic backsliding as the far-right Alternative for Germany, led by Bjorn Höcke, recently became the first right-wing party to win state elections since 1945. The party's nationalistic rhetoric draws comparisons to historical patterns during the Nazi era, specifically in their use of scapegoating strategies to target minorities. At the same time, Germany has been in a prolonged recession since 2023, driven by high energy costs and labor shortages. The economic slump triggered widespread business closures and left the country with weak growth projections, with only 0.3% in 2025 and 1.1% in 2026 due to the Ukraine war. Deeper structural issues like the aging demographic and other industrial issues further dim the prospects of making a full recovery before 2026. Much like the 1930s, this period of economic instability will pave the way for more radical political movements. Despite the lessons learned from the past, Germany risks falling into a familiar but very dangerous cycle because of the economy to lead to a rise in extremism. A study done in Germany found that voters are more likely to support corrupt politicians due to partisan loyalty. People tend to overlook flaws in politicians from their same party due to the belief that all politicians are corrupt, and if they feel more ideologically aligned. This loyalty can override ethics and ultimately weaken democratic accountability and allow for corrupt leaders to stay in power. So after researching the rise of totalitarian government in Germany, some concerns arose regarding today's society. So, to leave you with a thought, is there a parallel between Germany's current economic and social challenges and those that contributed to the democratic backslide of the 1930s? Have any takers from the presentation or your prior knowledge? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to
The Mind and Beauty of the Morn, unraveling the serial killer phenomenon. I'm Bill Trotman.
I'm Astoria Lee.
I'm Keaton Howard.
And I'm Carol Miller.
How do the psychological traits of serial killers apply to the glorification perpetuated towards them by society, and what harm does it cause?
First, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions. Raise your hand if you could name a serial killer. Any serial killer. Awesome. Now raise your hand if you could tell me the name of one of those victims killed by a serial killer. Ooh. That's a little bit about what we're going to be talking about in today's presentation. First, I do want to go over a little bit of a content disclaimer. While there are no pictures, visuals, or videos shown, we will be talking about serial killers and their victims, murder and death, as well as sexually explicit persons, acts, and materials. So if you need to leave the room at any time, feel free to do so. I also want to bring to your attention the fact that at the upper right-hand corner of a lot of these slides, we will have a picture of a victim, their name, and the dates of their lifespan. These are probably people that you have never heard of, and after this presentation, we'll never hear about again. So I just want you to pay attention to that while we're presenting.
In this presentation, we will be discussing the psychology behind serial killers, the glorification of serial killers, and the harm caused by the glorification. The mind. Who and what the serial killer? The term serial killer originated by FBI agent Robert Wilson in 1970. He studied repeated violent offenders to get a better understanding of the word. He noticed that these murders are often capable in a long period of time that involved a cooling off period. He noticed that they would do it in a span of a week, month, or even years. He noticed that they did it in a serial fashion, one after another. They gave him the idea for a serial murder, but then changed to a serial killer. There are two definitions for a serial killer. Somebody that kills people for emotional or intimate needs rather than revenge or robbery. And the second definition would be somebody that kills more than three people over a long period of time.
One of the most common mental illnesses among serial killers is antisocial personality disorder, also known as ASPD. ASPD can be characterized by traits such as dishonesty, hostility, a lack of guilt, and even general indifferences to things such as societal norms, the safety of themselves and others, and accountability for their own actions. There are other warning signs of ASPD, however, these are the most common, especially whenever it comes to serial killers. And these features can profoundly affect a person's ability to form stable and healthy relationships with others. In many cases, traits like manipulation and emotional detachment give serial killers almost a psychological advantage, making it easier for them to exert control or power over others, and then ultimately exploiting them. On the left, we have Ted Bundy, and on the right we have John Wayne Gacy, also known as the Killer Clown, both of which are serial killers with ASPD. These serial killers often have motives that are what initially spark the motivation to kill and encourage them to continue killing. And these can be simplified into 4 different categories. These being visionary, mission-oriented, hedonistic, and power or control-oriented. Hallucinations and delusions are what drive visionary killers, and they're often compelled to kill by voices or visions that are in fact not real. David Berkowitz, also known as Son of Sam, is an example of this, as he claimed that a demon was speaking through his dog, and that is what compelled him to kill.
Mission-oriented killers often target groups, which can be prostitutes or even certain ethnic groups. Prostitutes were the targeted group for Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, as he wanted to eliminate undesirables from society. The sense of satisfaction following a murderer's kill and the thrill that they feel is also a hugely common motivator, as it was for the Zodiac Killer, who through his letters to the cops, he mentioned how killing gave him the most exhilarating and thrilling experience, even better than sex. Power and control-oriented killers strive for a feeling of fulfillment from commanding their victims. And a famous example of this is Edmund Kemper, who had a pervasive need for control over young women. These are not the only types of organization of killers, as they can also be categorized based upon their motives, their behavioral patterns, and even their mobility. And these traits and typologies can vary depending on whether they're female or male, which my colleague Jules will now explain.
While both men and female serial killers kill people in different and many ways, male serial killers often are more well known. They use violent tactics such as stabbing or strangulation. They often target strangers, and they kill over a time period between a couple of months to 4 years. Female serial killers are often less known. They don't use any violence, they poison instead. They often target younger ones or those in need, and their motives are often profit or power, and they kill them a time frame of 8 to 10 years. However, what they do have in common is their lack of empathy, a need for control, and they live a double life.
The reason that we're explaining to you the psychology is to show you that serial killers, they're not unexplainable. They're not misunderstood. They are not horror movie monsters. These are real people with real disorders who have caused real harm and real effects. These are not things to be glorified or characters to sensationalize. Now let's get into the psychology behind the public fascination. This delves into 5 topics. First, the desire for understanding and control. Why is the world the way it is? Second is the thrill of fear from a safe distance. Often, true crime releases a sense of adrenaline, similar to riding a roller coaster. Third is the appeal of justice and resolution, the idea that I want to see them in jail and the sense of justice restored. And fourth is escapism and catharsis. Maybe you want to escape your boring, mundane lives. Fifth is curiosity about human behavior and limits. This can also be split into men and women. Men, while they have a higher morbid curiosity and are typically more aggressive and attracted to more violent media, they actually have a lesser true crime intake. It's often more focused on violent video games, war history, gore-filled horror movies, or extreme sexually explicit material. Women, on the other hand, have a lower morbid curiosity but a higher true crime intake. Usually this is because of their victimization risk, especially with sexual violence. This fosters attention to true crime. If I am in this situation, how would I get out of it? How did they get out of it? It's how to avoid dangers indirectly. It's also shown that women have higher empathy for victims than men do.
Romanticization. Hybristophilia or scarabophilia is characterized by the sexual attraction or interest in those who commit violent acts or crimes.
Yeah. Every night I go to bed, I just, get very scared. I shut my door and lock it.
I'm not afraid of him. He just doesn't look like the type to kill somebody. You try to imagine yourself in his place and see how he's feeling, looking at the pillows with blood stains.
There are many factors which could promote a person to be attracted to these such behaviors. A belief that these people are simple things that can be changed, a past relationship involving some type of physical, sexual, or mental abuse, the criminal's notoriety, or nefarious celebrity status.
Now let's get into how the media perpetuates this. First, let's look at the glorification and myth-making through nicknames. Nicknames, which are often used by media but also used by law enforcement, are one of the biggest factors within glorification. Here I have a list of them. Jack the Ripper, the Killer Clown, the Night Stalker. You probably recognize a lot of these. And they seem less like names of real people and more like names of a fictional supervillain or something like that. What it does to a killer is it detaches them from their real human identities. It turns them into symbols or characters. It makes them less human. It also makes them recognized even when their actual crimes and harm are not fully understood by the public. This also perpetuates the idea of copycat killers. The Zodiac Killer, the Sandy Hook shooter, and Charles Manson all had copycat killers who aimed to recreate their crimes. There are also technically monetary benefits to the sensationalization. They can be sold. Movies, podcasts, magazines, trading cards, t-shirts, narratives that are marketable, drama, mystique. This is often perpetuated with movies who have famous actors such as Robert Downey Jr. or Jake Gyllenhaal.
We've also seen a rise of serial killers within media, whether that's through documentaries, movies, TV shows, or even podcasts. In 2022, Netflix released its new true crime docuseries titled Dahmer's Monster. This series instantly received public backlash because when revealed to the public, it was made aware that the families had not given permission to Netflix to tell their family stories. We've also seen a rise of serial killers within social media. The line between disrespect and entertainment has become completely blurred. People have started to use these horrific crimes as a way to gain influence or profit. This not only changes the way these people view their content, but it also changes the way we view it as well. These content creators are like storytellers, and when we view, for example, a woman doing her makeup while narrating these horrific crimes, it waters down the seriousness and dehumanizes the subject matter.
There's also a certain popular serial killer prototype within media. Usually he's male, white, somewhat charming or learned. You see this with Ted Bundy or Patrick Bateman. Usually there's also a cat or mouse game with law enforcement, maybe evading police or sending secret codes such as the Zodiac Killer or John Doe from the movie Seven. The victim demographic is usually of helpless young white girls, and they usually sensationalize sexual crimes, violent crimes, or unusual crimes, with a certain focus on calling cards, specific ways of killing, or trophies taken from the victims. While doing my research, I focused my attention on two things: popular fictional serial killers and the most prolific serial killers by body count. And I focused on the victim demographic. 17 out of 20 of the most popular fictional serial killers within media had a victim demographic of young white girls, while only 3 out of 20 of the most prolific serial killers had that same demographic. Usually, in real life, the victim demographic includes people like minorities, LGBTQ people, homeless, the prostitutes, the elderly, the people that the news sources are less likely to report on and that people will less likely realize are missing. We also have to ask ourselves, why serial killers? Why not other crimes? Let's put it into perspective. Serial killers, they provoke fear and a safe and controlled environment. It gives the sensation of thrill without actual danger. There's a sense of emotional distance that is being able to be put between the killer and the viewer. Audiences enjoy playing detective and trying to solve the mysteries, such as trying to decode the Zodiac Killer's messages. Mystery, investigation, thrill, and emotional distance. It gives the sense of safe entertainment. On the other hand, we have terrorism or shootings. These are surrounded by stigma. They are often seen, watched, experienced, or heard about in real life. The victims are widespread and populous, and there's an inability to put emotional distance. Let's think about 9/11. Millions worldwide were affected by 9/11. Either they were killed in the impact, they were there at the scene, or they watched about it and heard about it on television. Millions worldwide were affected. There's also seemingly more of a possibility of it happening to the viewer. Millions of students worldwide are afraid to go to school because of the threat of school shooters. Trauma, ideology, and terror, not safe entertainment. Now let's look at the orange, the victims, the ones who are harmed by these serial killers.
Why are victims forgotten? While the public remembers the names Jeffrey Dahmer, Eileen Wuornos, or John Wayne Gacy, people seem to have forgotten that people have suffered at these killers' hands. The media covers so much about these because it's what interests people that we often don't even think of the families of the victims. We see this extensive coverage and we think, what makes these people think this way? Why would they commit such crimes? How could you see the signs? How can I handle it?
There's also certain effects on the actual serial killers. Glorification can actually fuel and encourage more violence as well as unintentionally feed into narcissistic traits. This can most often be seen with the Son of Sam. Named after David Berkowitz, a New York City serial killer who killed 6 people and injured 11, he sold his story from jail for $75,000. He was able to recognize the value of his story in the public eye and realize that he could make money off of it. This led to the first Son of Sam law, which prevents criminals from profiting off of publicity, and it diverts criminal profits to victim compensation funds.
The impact on victims and remembrance. This lack of empathy and binge watching of this type of content while sensationalizing the stories and the harm only perpetuates the trauma of the family. Even as we researched this topic, we found it hard to find interviews or articles written in the perspectives of the families. In this photo, you will see a picture of Dee Stumper holding a photograph of her daughter, Shauna Hawk, who was murdered by the Taco Bell killer in Charlotte, NC in 1993. Oh. When news outlets constantly push these stories to the forefront of their platform, it revitalizes the trauma that these families have experienced. In the case of Dee Stumper, over 30 years. And it sometimes alters the original truth into a palatable story for the audience.
Now, I want you to think back to the question that I asked you in the very beginning. Throughout this presentation, in the top right corner, I have showed you 15 different victims and their names. After this presentation, I hope that you can name at least one or two of them, right? However, if we put it into context, just since 1900, there have been over 30,000 people killed worldwide by serial killers. If you can't visualize it, we're going to show it to you. These are people, brothers, sisters, mothers, daughters. They have real lives, real family, and real pain. 30,000 victims, and most of us couldn't name a single one. When we started this project, we couldn't name a single one. And so I want you to ask yourselves, what does that say about society? What does that say about us as people? And what can we do to change it? Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, cool.
Welcome to our presentation. The presentation y'all will be hearing tonight is called Behind the Headlines, the Psychology Behind Celebrity Obsession and How It Affects Teens. And my name is Kenny Grace.
I'm Megan Jones. I'm Hayden Marsh. And I'm Tommy Gold.
So before we get into everything, I just have a question for everybody. Raise your hand if you have a favorite celebrity. Izzy, I saw your hand first. Who's your favorite and why? Keep your hands up.
Henry Cavill. Because he does really well in Superman.
Alright, very on. I like Tyler the Creator because I just really like his music. Alright, who else? Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds. Oh, why? I don't know, he plays in a lot of good movies.
Okay, that's all we're doing. Okay, thank y'all. And our central question is, why do celebrities fascinate us? And then we have some other questions that are going to kind of branch off of that main one. So, who are celebrities? How does being obsessed over them impact everybody's mental health, but especially teenagers? How do celebrities drive unhealthy consumerism? And if you don't know what consumerism is, it's basically where you spend money or make a purchase based on an influence, and in this case, it would be a celebrity's influence. And how does celebrity culture affect society as a whole? What roles does it play in our lives, especially teenagers' lives? What effect does it have on teenagers' mental health? And we're going to be discussing all these. So, as everybody knows, humans have long admired celebrities and public figures. In the older times, it was kings, queens, kind of people that were higher up in society, and now it tends to be celebrities, influencers, and kind of people that are famous. We tend to idolize today. And we're going to focus on why we fixate on them today. So our presentation is going to be exploring the psychological, social, and cultural roles that celebrities play and how do they affect everybody in society as a whole. So what and kind of who are celebrities? So the real definition is people that are famous and tend to be influential on everybody in culture as a whole. They're obviously known widely all over the world, and they're often referred to in a lot of different ways. They tend to be role models, especially for teenagers, which is why that's kind of our main point. They tend to be very influential on teens these days. And when you think of the word celebrity, you probably think of red carpets, paparazzi, flashing lights, but we're going to kind of dive deeper and discuss who they really are and what influence they have. So we all know and like celebrities, right? Just like y'all said, y'all have a favorite, and I mean, that's just following a celebrity, but we're going to kind of get
how people tend to obsess over them and how they will go to any extent to be the biggest fan of the celebrity that they like. And we can call this an obsession. So, some celebrities that people tend to obsess over for positive reasons. Izzy, there's Taylor Swift. So she's obviously a pop icon, a songwriter, activist. She plays a really big role in the music world. So her music is relatable and it tells stories which obviously teenagers like because they can relate to it and they just like to listen to it. And being a Swiftie kind of feels like being part of a club. So I'm sure some of y'all in here are Swifties, and if Taylor Swift ever gets into a controversial situation or she's ever in something like on social media, she gets called out, Swifties will be the first people to defend her. She frequently changes her role in music, which people like, and it draws attention to her because you don't know what kind of album she's going to produce next. Next is Michael B. Jordan. He's a great actor. His physical fitness journey gained him a lot of attention because, yeah. He is seen as a symbol of Black excellence in Hollywood, and he's seen, like I said, for his physical journey, he's going to kind of embody that, and he's seen as a big role model. And then, obviously, Beyonce. She has a huge impact on the music world. Her voice is amazing. She kind of separates from other singers because her performances are so over the top, and she just does an amazing job. Kind of like Swifties, her fans are called the Beehive, and they will come to her defense, just like Swifties are for Taylor Swift. And obviously her voice is really great, which people tend to attract to, and they want to see what she's singing. So we explore the negative and the positives, but overall, being obsessed over celebrities can have a harmful impact, no matter if you're obsessed with them for a positive or a negative reason. So, Kanye. Everybody knows about Kanye, right? Y'all have heard about him and Diddy lately in the news. So, Kanye used to be, he used to produce album after album, song after song. He was really great until he wasn't. He started to make really controversial comments that started to go viral, and it kind of got him canceled. So people kind of looked into him, and obviously he got a lot of attention because people are like, what's been up with Kanye lately? Britney Spears in the early 2000s, she was a super popular singer. Every teenage girl absolutely adored her until she started having kind of mental breakdowns in public. And of course the paparazzi would get pictures of that, they would publish it. She started getting a lot of attention because people were kind of wondering, what is up with her mental health, what has happened to Britney. And then of course Diddy, his partying lifestyle is something that everybody knows about, but recently some of his darker allegations have come to light, and people want to know the real Diddy. People want to know, is he a good guy, is he a bad guy, who is he?
Alright, so why do teenagers obsess over celebrities? First we have identity formation and role models. So show of hands, how many of you are familiar with Erik Erikson? Okay, so a few people. So Erik Erikson is a very prominent psychologist. He's known for his longitudinal studies and his contribution to psychosocial development. And according to Erik Erikson's stages of psychosocial development, all teenagers are under a stage called identity versus role confusion. So this is basically when teenagers look outward for inspiration and guidance, and celebrities act as mirrors where teens can see their idealized selves, helping them explore their own self. Teens also develop parasocial relationships, which are basically one-sided emotional connections that mimic real friendships and offer them emotional support. Next, we have brain development and reward systems. So, a very important chemical in the brain called dopamine. It's basically a reward system for your brain. Like your brain releases particles of dopamine whenever you see exciting content, like celebrity stuff, like songs, reels, TikTok, stuff like that. And teens seek these rewarding experiences as their brain releases more and more dopamine, making them more dependent on it, and it essentially creates a sort of high and reinforces the desire to seek out more content. Teens also have a sense of social belonging, to seek social belonging in people, and celebrities become common reference points between friend groups and stuff like that, and talking about
with a celebrity, it increases bonds, you make new connections through that. Okay, so now we're going to talk about mirror neurons, which are brain cells that release the required signal not only when your brain like sees like when you perform an action, but also when you see other people do that action. So these neurons help explain why teens mimic a celebrity's behavior, speech, or style. And they also help build a sense of emotional connection, and teens feel as if they're like in sync with the celebrity. Now we're going to talk about the specific parts of the brain, and we're going to focus on the prefrontal cortex and the temporal junction. So these two parts help us understand and connect with others emotionally, even people that we've never spoken to personally. These brain regions are involved in parasocial relationships where the teen forms a one-sided emotional bond with the celebrity, and the brain treats the celebrity almost like a real-life friend, reinforcing feelings of closeness. And then we have the amygdala, which processes emotional memories, while the hippocampus helps store those memories on a long term. Repeated exposure to a celebrity creates emotional familiarity. It makes the brain respond as if the person is part of their personal life. The brain essentially treats the celebrity as someone emotionally important and reinforces obsession. So ideally, in most teens, in most people, the prefrontal cortex is fully developed around the age of 25. So all of us, like as all of us teenagers, have developing prefrontal cortexes. And the prefrontal cortex is responsible for judgment, self-control, reasoning, and it helps. It makes it harder for teens to critically evaluate their obsession or like set emotional boundaries between them and celebrity. They might idealize celebrities without fully understanding the difference between reality and fantasy.
Okay, so now let's go into the mental side of stuff. A lot of times, you probably see yourself thinking, oh, she's pretty, or oh, I wish I looked like this person. And that's you trying to become this celebrity. You're trying to make yourself feel like them. And then spending too much time online, you all do it. And who here is checking screen time today? Some of y'all is lying. But a lot of the times, you don't know that you're feeling stressed or that you have anxiety because you're doom scrolling. If you don't know what doom scrolling is, it's basically you fall into this rabbit hole of just content, whether it's politics or it's gossip or drama, whatever. And then teens will start to form one-sided emotional bonds, which essentially is just becoming a stalker. And when you become a stalker, you have just a whirlwind of things on. And then the thing with a real body and real face looks like, you see a lot of Photoshop, you see a lot of editing, and whenever you see that, you think, oh my God, she's perfect, oh my God, he has a perfect body, and in reality, he's normal, he's a normal person. Okay, so consumerism and teens, 28% of people said that their friends either pressured them or they felt like they needed to buy something off the internet. And materialism is just a feeling that you need to have something. It's wanting to buy this purse that somebody had, or even like an iPhone. And if you have any type of electronic device, that's consumerism. So how is it usually if you buy one thing, you need to keep buying either the same type of thing or something to fill that need. And then feeling peer pressure to do so, a lot of times you see like, oh, like I just bought this shirt, you need to buy it too, like stuff like that. And then going through identity confusion is really just like you can't be who you are without buying stuff, without spending money. Okay, so how does celebrity culture affect with celebrities? So a lot of times you never really hear celebrities talk about their religion, their sexuality. Sometimes whenever you're even talking about any of that politics, because a lot of times their word gets jumbled up and it's not what they said at all. And tabloids, magazines, media, all of that just distorts it. And so whenever it's distorted, it usually have a big headline saying, oh, so-and-so did this, when in reality it's talking about how there's a relationship. And then loss of identity, they really just, they lose themselves. I know you all see Kanye and you see what he's doing and what he has going on. Everything going on with Diddy, they turn into a whole new person and they sell their soul for them. So what is the difference between following a celebrity and obsessing with a celebrity? We're actually about to get into this with age, but basically when you follow a celebrity, you can turn on notifications on Instagram, watch them sometimes. But when you start obsessing, you start to change, where you live, on your driver's license, you start to stop, and you start to become more than just a fan to this thing.
So everything aforementioned falls under the umbrella term of celebrity worship syndrome, which can be defined as a type of parasocial relationship that occurs when the admiration of a celebrity becomes a fascination that's really obsessive. There's no specific known cause of celebrity worship, although certain mental health conditions can contribute to the development of the worship itself. So some more mild or tame examples of celebrity worship in teenagers are examples of like fan accounts, copying celebrity behavior, whether it be the way they talk or the way they dress, and sometimes excessive spending on merch. And then in some cases, you have people spending millions of dollars to get plastic surgery to look like celebrities. You have the case of Selena, where somebody was really obsessed with her and actually ended up murdering her. And then you have dangerous behavior towards others. The photo on the bottom right shows John Hinckley Jr. and Jodie Foster. In March of 1981, he attempted to assassinate President Reagan in order to impress Foster. So even though those are some darker examples of celebrity worship, it's okay to remember that it's okay to be a fan. Celebrities can be a source of motivation for creativity, hard work, or self-expression without the need to copy their everything. Following celebrities can simply be a fun and harmless form of entertainment, like watching a book, watching a movie or reading a book. It's natural to admire people who are talented or successful, and it can help teens feel connected to broader cultural conversations. Being aware of the difference between admiration and obsession allows teens to enjoy celebrity content without letting it dominate their thoughts and their lives. A healthy relationship with celebrity culture includes recognizing that there are real people with private lives. When teenagers' self-worth isn't tied to comparing themselves to celebrities, they live a happier and healthier life.
So this is just some food for thought and a lasting question that we want to leave you all with. How can we encourage teenagers to admire role models without losing their own identity? Thank y'all.
So, I really liked the presentation. It was really nice. I have a question. What are your thoughts and opinions on like instances where celebrities don't want to be celebrities or don't want to be treated as though? Like, have you guys like seen when Chaperone like really like?
So I'd love to do a quick audience poll here. Please raise your hand if you feel like any of these fall
resonate with you. For starters, please raise your hand if you've ever held back an opinion of yours because you were afraid of being judged. How about to avoid standing out? Lastly, when have you ever assumed something about somebody because of a stereotype or a label? That is fear at play. But now imagine that on a national scale, where fear isn't just personal, it's political. That is what fed into the first Red Scare. Globally, the major catalyst of the first Red Scare was the Russian Revolution of 1917. When the Bolsheviks took control in Russia, it ignited worldwide fears that there was going to be a global communist uprising. This was later amplified in 1919 by the rise of what is called 1919ism, a radical leftist movement that led to strikes in countries like Germany and Italy, and also the rise of political parties like the communists, anarchists, and socialists. In the United States, the CPS-USA was formed by C.E. Ruthberg, who drew inspiration from Marxism and Leninism, and also his own deep-seated hatred for our country's capitalistic nature. Domestically, several instances heightened triggers, such as the Cleveland May Day riots and the mail bombings. Many of these instances were blamed on radical leftists. Additionally, labor unrest, including strikes for better working conditions and wages, were also frequently linked to anarchists. One key group in this time was the industrial workers of the world, the IWW, who were known for advocating for socialist reconstruction of our society. Though not all of their actions were radical, their reputations fed into a larger narrative that labor activism equaled revolutionary danger, and the result was a rise in political anxiety and exaggerated fear and hysteria, which laid the groundwork for government crackdowns like the Palmer Raids. The Palmer Raids lasted between 1919 and 1920, and they were led by Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer. These raids exploited national fear and justified mass arrests under the Alien and Sedition Act and the Espionage Act, where thousands of immigrants and suspected radicals were detained without legal warrant or representation. Many of these immigrants' only crime was being Russian, Italian, Jewish, or Eastern European. These raids were driven more by maintaining control and silencing dissent than by actual danger. And beyond these raids, a wave of discrimination swept our country, framed as protecting national security. Suspected anarchists faced deportation, and anti-immigrant sentiment seeped into our country's politics.
So this sentiment continues with the Quota Acts. One of the Quota Acts I'm going to be talking about is the Emergency Quota Act, which was passed in 1921. This act made it so it was based on national origin, and only 3% of each nationality's population was allowed to immigrate per year. It mainly targeted Southern and Eastern Europeans, who many Americans deemed as culturally or politically threatening.
This fear-driven atmosphere led to labor unions and political activists being suppressed, not just for their ideas, but for challenging what was seen as 100% Americanism. Protests, even peaceful ones, were deemed unpatriotic, making the first Red Scare as much about cultural control as it was about protecting political security. However, public dissent and rising economic turmoil in the Americas and Europe led to the beginning of the end of the first Red Scare. But its ideas, that was not going to be the last time we would see its ideas.
The second Red Scare, McCarthyism. The second Red Scare emerged from Cold War tensions and fears of Soviet expansion. And similar to the first Red Scare, the ideas of communism rose again in the 1940s. However, this time the scare focused much more on communist infiltration in the government rather than just activism. Senator Joseph McCarthy created a term called McCarthyism, which fueled the panic. McCarthyism refers to the practice of making accusations of disloyalty, treason, or subversion without proper regard for evidence. In 1940, the Smith Act was passed, which criminalized advocating for the overthrow of the government. This act made it to where no person had the ability to question accusations made about communism, which gave McCarthy and his team ultimate power. High-profile cases like the Rosenbergs reinforced the image of immigration as a threat. Julius Rosenberg was a U.S. Army engineer who was accused of communism with his wife Ethel. The two insisted on their innocence, but were eventually found guilty in 1951 and sentenced to the death penalty. They were the only two during this time period to receive a sentence of the measure. Ethel's conviction was controversial to the public, but this case ultimately made McCarthy and his team
became national celebrities. During this time, we also see immigration and nationalization become tools of repression. Immigrants and other minorities, such as people of color, homosexuals, and progressives, became targets and suspects of communism. The ideas of conformity, where everyone was pressured to be the same, became more prominent than ever. The House Un-American Activities Committee, also known as HUAC, began in 1938 to investigate suspected communist and fascist influence in the U.S. This committee was founded by the U.S. House of Representatives who sought to investigate un-American activity. HUAC targeted Hollywood celebrities, government officials, and minorities, often with little evidence. Throughout their time, HUAC accused over 600 organizations, 400 newspapers, 300 labor unions, and 300 Hollywood stars of having communist ties. Films like Red Nightmare and government PSAs portrayed communists as secret infiltrators. There became this constant message that communists are everywhere. Committees like HUAC ran off of concentrated aggressions and the violations of civil liberties. Suspects were not able to call supporting witnesses or cross-examine accusers, which made it very difficult for anyone to defend themselves. While it was figures like McCarthy that became the face of HUAC, the true successors were the masterminds behind the act. Roy Cohn worked as a prosecutor and aide to McCarthy during the Red Scare, and it was through harsh language and aggressive tactics that hundreds of alleged communists were convicted, including the Rosenbergs. Many people wonder how did two people have such an influence? How did two people cause such a mass hysteria all across the nation? Why did nobody stick up for themselves? Well, it was through cases like the Albert Hiss case in 1948, which gave legitimacy to HUAC and the Red Scare. This case was an espionage trial in which Albert Hiss, a former government official, was accused of being a communist by ex-communist Whittaker Chambers. Through a series of trials with profuse evidence, it became clear that Hiss was in fact an undercover communist. This validated people's fears and made everyone realize that communism is a threat. But then, beginning on April 22nd, 1954, the Army-McCarthy hearings became one of the first major political events televised, drawing in an audience of over 40 million viewers. The hearings addressed claims that Senator Joseph McCarthy and Roy Cohn pressured the Army to favor Stafford G. David Schein and threatened to convict soldiers of communism if these requests weren't met. During these hearings, we also see McCarthy was unable to produce credible names and details for over 200 Americans he had previously accused, which led the public to question his credibility and fear of government overreach. It was Army lawyer Joseph Welch who famously asked McCarthy, "How do you know sense of decency?" It ended up being this exact question that urged the Senate to vote for McCarthy's censure in 1954, and after that, the fall of McCarthyism came to be, but the impacts are still seen today.
So after World War II, Cold War tensions with the Soviet Union and fear of communism and anarchy led to widespread paranoia, government surveillance, and political repression. These actions especially targeted immigrants suspected of radical beliefs. The McCarran-Walter Act was passed and maintained the quota system put in place by the Emergency Quota Act of 1921. It favored Northern and Western Europeans while limiting those from Asia and Eastern Europe. It gave the government the power to exclude such deport immigrants without clear evidence of wrongdoing. The Immigration and Naturalization Service became a key agency during this time period. It helped in identifying, investigating, and deporting immigrants suspected of radical beliefs and being a threat to national security. They used surveillance and loyalty investigations to track political beliefs and associations, often without a partisan body. The INS were empowered by acts like the Smith Act, as Corley mentioned, and the McCarran-Walter Act, which allowed for the denaturalization and deportations of immigrants based on ideological grounds, not just criminal activity. Foreign-born individuals were often subject to increased suspicion and discrimination. So during the first and second Red Scares, the media often pushed a public fear concept and reinforced an us versus them mentality. Sensationalist reporting called yellow journalism exaggerated threats of communism and anarchy, portraying immigrants as dangerous outsiders. This scapegoating turned immigrants and radicals into targets, blaming them for internal instability, labor unrest, and even acts of violence that they had nothing to do with. In both Red Scares, this increased surveillance, loyalty tests, deportations, and restrictions on immigrants led Americans to see anyone with different political beliefs or even ethnic battlegrounds as threats to national security. The media further pushed a pure
official representation of the fear tactics that were used in both the first and the second Red Scares.
And as we've seen, both periods were tumultuous times for the United States. They had dramatic material results, and they had dramatic parallels. But underlying, they both fostered a culture of fear. Without fear, immigrants could not have become anarchists. Union organizers could not have become anti-state revolutionaries. Civil rights leaders could not have become communists, and Hollywood writers could not have become dangerous subversives. But with fear, our neighbor could become our enemy. They could, and they can, because unfortunately that legacy of fear established in the first and second Red Scare periods still exists today. Which leads us into fear across the aisle. Reminiscent of both periods, politicians from every side of the political spectrum, Democrats and Republicans alike, still weaponize fear language and fear ideology in their rhetoric. I'm sure we can all recognize terms like communist, foreign powers, Russia, socialist, as being very present in our political lexicon today. Some examples. From the right, during the 2024 election, Donald Trump often posited accusations of Kamala Harris being a Marxist. Everyone knows she's a Marxist. Comrade Kamala. Experts weigh in. Kamala is not a Marxist. She's not a communist. And using such terms is a way of putting your rivals in the extreme. Another example, CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee. Their 2020 conference theme was literally America versus socialism. They discussed figures like Bernie Sanders and had agenda topics like socialism, wrecker of nations and destroyer of societies, socialism and the great awakening, and prescription for failure, the ills of socialized medicine. Experts weigh in. The tactic, called red baiting, is a way of putting a label of communist, socialist, or even just a red label on a political opponent. This could be a person or an idea, not only to defame them, but to force them to respond and perhaps reveal some unpleasant traits. And this tactic absolutely doesn't just exist on one side of the aisle. From the left, in 2017, Democrats often discussed suspicions of Russian collusion in the Trump administration, specifically targeting U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Sessions had met with the Russian ambassador before the 2016 election, but Nancy Pelosi stated he wasn't fit to serve and demanded that he resign. Another example, in 2020, during her campaign launch for president, Kamala Harris further alluded to these investigations, stating, "Foreign powers infecting the White House like malware." We've already discussed the famous quote, "At long last, have you no sense of decency left?" To some, the question has now become, do Democrats have any decency left? When we started our research presentation, we had a very distinct research question. But very quickly, as we began to get into it, a much more abstract idea became present. And we began to consider a much more vital question considering our contemporary condition. And it's a question that we all ask you to consider as well. What is the cost of fear? Well, as we've seen historically, trust is replaced by suspicion. Dialogue is reduced to labels, complexity is flattened into slogans, and our rights are traded for security. But centrally, what is the cost of fear? History gets repeated. Thank you.
Awesome job. You're going to be really inspired by this. Hey everyone, thank you all for coming to our Cornerstone. I'm Hayden Katir. I'm Roshan Sid.
And I'm Pushpata Sarkar.
Today we're going to be talking about the science behind power. What is power? So, we understand power is a really broad subject, so we wanted to narrow it down to something that affects all of us, economics. Because these decisions that powerful leaders make affect each and every one of us. We're all consumers. Some of us might even be producers. How does the science of power manifested by government leaders affect global economies? So we took a unique approach to this. We studied tariffs, oil, and military power. We used case studies for these three scenarios to really dive into the answer to this question. So let me set the scene. September 1st, 1939, Hitler invades Poland. One man made a decision that led to decades of influence, decisions, and outcomes. This affected Germany's economy, some may argue even to this day. How does one man's decision do this? September 1st, 2001, Osama bin Laden decides to do the largest terrorist attack in the United States history. This led to effects globally. It changed the way we view the world, relations with the Middle East, and economies. How does one man's decision lead to this much outcome? These aren't the only circumstances. Herbert Hoover, King Faisal, so many powerful leaders that make these decisions, good or bad, lead to effects that last lifetimes. And throughout this presentation, we're going to be asking ourselves, how does this happen?
And so to answer this question, our first example is the US and China trade war. Trade isn't just about buying and selling. It's about power. And power is central in human relations. It involves connection and behavioral change. And according to political scientist Robert Dahl, it has to do with influencing another actor or country to make them do something that they otherwise would not do. And influence, according to political scientist Kalevi Holstein, is a way for one to pursue their goals, whether if it's gaining territories or raw materials. And so there are four parts of power. The first is the base, or the resources that gives one power, whether if it's economic resources or market size. Next are the means, or the tools or instruments one uses to exercise their powers. Next, the scope, or how the other actor or country responds. And finally, the amount, or how much actual behavioral change has been achieved. And so when it comes to the context of the trade war, other than addressing national security threats and stopping forced technology transfers, one of the main goals the US had in starting the trade war in the first place was to reduce its trade deficit. So in the beginning of the trade war in 2018, the US had over $418 billion in trade deficit with China. And so they had deemed China an unfair trader. This had led to them using power-based bargaining, where they essentially use pressure-based tactics like tariffs to potentially change the action of China. And so now there's a power struggle between two competing and hegemonic systems, where the Chinese, they focus on their own national interests of fulfilling the Chinese dream of technological innovation and modernization and rising global influence, which conflicts with the America First principle, where they focus on their own national interests and American priorities. And so this then connects to the theory of Thucydides' trap, which is essentially when a rising power threatens to displace a ruling one, the most likely outcome of that is war, and in this case, a trade war. Now, of course, the US did hope on boosting the economy, but their actions in pursuit of their own goals, using their powers, made China retaliate using reciprocal tariffs, which is an example of negative power, where essentially US pressure made China act in the opposite of way of what they originally might have, leading to a tit-for-tat situation that could have potentially harmed both of their economies, and as former Secretary of Treasury Hank Paulson said, lead to a potential economic iron curtain between the East and the West in terms of trade. So when it comes to the effects on trade, war did create some jobs, such as the tariffs on washing machines, which ended up creating 1,800 jobs. But that came at a huge cost, as US consumers paid $1.5 billion more, which is equivalent to $815,000 per job created. And so the overall economy actually lost more jobs, especially in downstream industries that use imported parts as their inputs, such as manufacturing jobs. And looking at this graph over here, the US GDP is actually projected to decrease by 0.1%, which is a reduction of 114,000 full-time jobs in 2025. China would also suffer, as not only does their deflation work worsen as a result, but their income per capita decreases by 2.52%, and they are expected to lose 1.62% of their manufacturing jobs. And so due to the trade barriers and tariffs between US and China, Chinese exports actually got redistributed and shifted towards other regions. For example, European Union countries had increased their imports from China by 8% and Canada by 10.2%. Other countries had also benefited, such as South Korea, which increased their exports of electronics to the US by 17.5%, and Brazil, which had become the source of 94% of China's imported soybeans. Now this had hurt US farmers, but it benefited Brazil in the long run because they gained more jobs. But of course there are also negatives, as the trade war also hurt other exporting countries by cutting China's demand for imported parts that they would use to create products that they would send to the US, which ultimately reduced the export growth rate of third countries like Korea and Japan. And so not only are they disrupting global trade and straining supply chains, but the trade war and tariffs, when it comes to consumer impacts, raise the prices of many common household items such as washers and furniture, and this trend has increased from 2018, from the beginning of the trade war, due to there being more domestic demand. And this has also impacted complementary goods such as dryers, even if they weren't tariffed directly to begin with, showing how the costs get passed down mainly to consumers. And so now I will be passing this off to my colleague.
Alright, so I'll be talking about OPEC. OPEC started in the 60s, but it's most known for its 1973 oil embargo. OPEC leaders like Saudi King Faisal, who you can see shaking hands with President Richard Nixon, cut the supply of oil in response to nations siding with Israel during the Yom Kippur War. They aimed to influence the price of oil and gain political leverage, but ultimately it was just a show of power. The cut in the supply of oil caused CPI to skyrocket in many of these nations. If you don't know what CPI is, it's the Consumer Price Index, which is essentially just a fancy way of showing inflation.